Three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. 2 weeks. What a difference a couple weeks makes. Now, many of you are aware that a mere 2 weeks, in fact, it has not been 2 weeks. We're talking 13 days ago. A mere 13 days ago, President Trump, just 13 days ago, President Trump was still contending against former President Biden. I may have to reset the live on TikTok. It looks like there's some problems. Let me know if the TikTok side is clear. But a mere 2 weeks ago, President Trump was still contending with President Biden, or former President Trump was still contending against President Biden. And here we are 13 days later, and it's actually now Kamala Harris. And I see the comments say Kamala Harris is now the candidate against Biden. I'm having trouble on TikTok, so I may have to end up resetting the live up. Looks like TikTok is having some problems. But what I want to ask you folks is, do you feel any difference in regards to these two candidates? Now that you got Kamala versus Trump instead of Biden versus Trump, do you feel any kind of way about it? Because obviously, with Biden stepping down, some would suggest that the polls have reflected different things here and there. But I want to ask you folks, do you feel any difference in the energy from this election now that we've gotten a Kamala Trump face-off instead of a Biden Trump face-off? Do you believe that Kamala, for the Democratic side of the aisle, do you believe she was a good choice to make, or should they have kept Biden in there? And last but not least, what I want to hear from you folks is, we're talking concerns. What are your primary concerns in regards to the two candidates? Talking about Trump versus Kamala. Let's say you favor Trump and Kamala wins, or vice versa, you favor Kamala and Trump wins. What are your major concerns if your candidate of choice loses in probably about 95 days now? I think it's either 94 or 95 days. This is coming up very quickly, folks. So what I want to hear is, what are your major concerns? Because there are a lot of folks suggesting we will be dealing with damn near Armageddon, with many others are saying that, listen, it's not as bad as folks are portraying it. So I want to hear, what are your major concerns if your candidate of choice loses in a few months? So we're going to be talking about that. So looking in the comments, as always, folks, you know how this program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. Nevertheless, MAGA are my preferred audience, always has been. We always have been MAGA friendly. What I'm kind of hesitant for a minute. Okay, there it goes. I was wondering what was going on with TikTok, but it looks like TikTok has cleared things up, so I won't have to reset the live. We are MAGA friendly. MAGA are my preferred guests. They've always been my preferred guests, but liberals are welcome as well. We're asking that question. If your candidate of choice loses in November, what are you most concerned about if the other side is victorious? Maybe there's no reason to be concerned at all. So I want to hear from you folks. By the way, starting out the program, tap the screen. You know we don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. You don't have to agree with the host. That's the way the program has always been ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. When you're in the comment section, feel free to state your point without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. You damn sure do not have to agree with the host. So looking in the comments, what the fuck? What is this? Says, what if you are stuck and want neither one? Cats, if you don't want Kamala or Trump to be our next president, you already are stuck. There is no third party that's going to win in 3 months. There's no one else on the radar. So if you're stuck, wow, I don't know what advice to give because that is it. You're going to get Kamala or Trump. There is no third option. I understand JFK, Cornel West, and some of them folks are still in the race, but at the end of the day, nothing is going to come out of it. I'm just letting you know. Appreciate the love ya sentiment that came from, I think it was Kathleen. Thank you very much. So going to the box shortly, yeah, because that's the way they want it, because they couldn't have another Ross Perot. I don't know, quote unquote, who they are, but at the end of the day, there is a lot of money in politics. And by the way, the Supreme Court recently ruled that money could stay in politics. That's the Supreme Court we're talking about right now. They ruled that money could stay in politics. So if you feel pissed off that we don't have more options, the best way to get additional candidates in the race and not be stuck with the same people over and over again is you got to get money out of politics. And the Supreme Court just went and did the opposite of that. So blame them as a start. Looking into the comments, Cheeky Chop says, back to the fucking box. Well, as folks come up, we certainly will bring them up. Cheeky Chops, appreciate you in there. This is Tim Scott's brother. Tim Scott brother sitting in the car talking politics with my favorite audience, MAGA. Not necessarily, but I appreciate the sentiment. The rich people are going to win no matter what. I do agree with that. I do agree. And I don't think there's anything you can stop. I don't think there's anything you can do to stop that as long as we continue to allow money in politics. So what concerns you most if your candidate of choice loses, does not win? For my MAGA folks, what concerns you most if Kamala is the winner in November? And of course, for Democrats, what would concern you most about this country if Trump is the victor? The polls still have things very, very close. So at the end of the day, neither one of these candidates is taking, and literally running away with it. The polls still have them very close. Also, what I want to ask you folks as well, 2 weeks ago today, the Republicans were still riding high. The Republican National Convention was only 2 days ago, ended on Thursday. 2 days ago, vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance, folks were still cheering him on. None of this childless cat lady shit had even came to the surface. And the Republicans were leading over Biden in just about every poll known to man in this country. That was 2 weeks ago. 13 days ago. In fact, it'll be 2 weeks ago that was happening tomorrow, because Kamala Harris became the presumptive nominee 2 weeks ago from tomorrow. So right now, 2 weeks ago, Biden was still telling everybody he wasn't dropping out, and Trump was trouncing him in the polls. So what I want to ask you folks right off the bat, do you believe the Democrats done the right thing getting rid of Biden and replacing him with Kamala Harris? Or should they have kept Biden in the race? Do you think the Democrats made the right decision? Looking in the comments, I refuse to vote for a convicted felon. Says, does that say guilty? Wow. Guilty 34. That's the individual's name. Wow. Guilty 34. That's a hell of a name. All right, looking in the comments, Kamala will maintain the status count. I do believe there's some validity to that, but is that bad? Some folks may not believe that's bad. I mean, is it bad? Let's say Kamala Harris wins and she gives us a country that the traditional Democrats and Republicans have been giving us for our entire lives. Is that bad in your opinion? In the comments, Kimber says yes. Convicts should not be on the ballot, period. I think there's a lot of folks that agree with that. I think that MAGA would agree that convicted felons should not be on the ballot, that folks who have pending felony charges should not be on the ballot, that folks who are incarcerated should not be able to run for president. If we were having this conversation 10 years ago, let's say during the time when quote unquote crooked Hillary was seeking the nation's highest office. I don't think you would have found anyone identifying as MAGA 8, 9, 10 years ago suggesting that if you are incarcerated, you can still be president, knowing that Hillary Clinton was on the radar to potentially face some accountability if Trump won. Remember the whole lock her up? Can you imagine asking MAGA 9, 10 years ago, should a president, should someone be able to run for president with felonies? I got to assume they would have said no. And I do believe that 10 years down the line, once Trump is out of the picture, that most folks in this country on both the right and left side of the aisle will say that you can't run for the presidency with a felony. It's just right now, folks believe that Trump is going through a bunch of bullshit. It's a witch hunt. So for Trump's sake, you can still run with a bunch of felonies. You can run if you're incarcerated. You can run with pending charges and all of that. But once Trump is out of the picture, I expect that to go away. Anyhow, going to the box to start the program off, what are your biggest concerns if your candidate of choice loses in November? I think that says Scotters. My eyesight is getting terrible this time. Scott, good evening.
Yeah. How's it going?
It's going good. Good to have you on. So, if you're now, I'm assuming out of the Biden-Harris election, you are choosing one of them, or are you like some folks in my comment section where I don't want either one of them? Are you voting for Kamala or Trump?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go Donald Trump.
Okay. And what are you concerned with most if he loses and Kamala becomes president?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know how anybody could vote for somebody that was put on a platform for them that they didn't get to vote for. They ran Kennedy out as he was trying to run as a Republican. Basically, they said, no, you're not going to do that. Our man is Biden. Are you kidding me? This is all rigged, right? This is all some rigged crap.
Who rigged it? How was it rigged?
Well, the big state rigged it. The big Democratic state. They've all rigged it.
Okay. So what are you suggesting, that the Democrats who overwhelmingly are happy that Kamala's at the top of the ticket, if they rigged it, who got cheated? Because, I mean, I'm assuming you wouldn't vote for any Democrat, would you?
I mean, it would depend on the Democrat, but let's be honest. Out of the last 3 nominees for Democrat, they were all appointed for the Democratic vote.
What do you mean by appointed?
Well, I mean, look at Bernie Sanders, right? He was leading. He was up there, but they were like, no, we want Hillary. Dude,
you said 3. Who is the other one? Bernie, Kamala, and who else?
Obama.
You believe that Obama did not win it?
He wasn't winning in the polls at first. Who
was winning?
I can't think of the guy's name.
I can't either. Who was beating Obama? I can't think of that person either.
Early on in the polls, he wasn't doing the best. I mean, but like I said, I can't think of the guy's name. But they kept pushing him, right? And they kept the news media, they kept pushing him. And
yeah, but then how do you respond to the fact?
And he won. He won. And hey, it's all good. All good.
Okay, well, how do you respond to the fact that Trump was losing in the polls to Hillary Clinton for most of that time as well? Is he part of a rigged system too? Because he was losing.
Well, no, but I mean, they're in different parties, right? I mean, Trump wasn't appointed. Trump was elected by the Republican Party to run for their candidate, just like he was this time.
But you don't think that Obama was appointed by the Democratic Party?
Well, no, I mean, he eventually was, but he wasn't at first. Like I said, they kept him in, just like Bernie Sanders, right? He lost over time because they were pushing Hillary. The news media was pushing Hillary, just like they did Obama.
Yeah.
I mean, look how many states voted this time right before they pushed Biden. What was it, like 10 or 8, something like that? And then, I mean, basically they said, yeah, he's our guy. But the fact that they didn't even let Kennedy even jump in the Democratic race, that's crooked in itself. He wanted to run as a Democrat.
I want to find out if you know something. Are you aware that in 2020, when Trump was running for re-election, there were 4 other Republicans that wanted to primary him, and several states just took those folks off the ballot and gave their delegates to Trump? Are you aware that actually happened? In fact, one of them tried to sue because they were alleging exactly what you're saying the Democratic Party is doing. They said the Republican Party was doing it to them. There were 4 other Republicans that wanted to run against Trump in 2020, and you essentially never heard from them. Are you aware of that?
But if I don't recall, we voted in several states before it got to the end. But I mean, at the beginning of the system, there were several states, and a lot of them were swing states, that voted for Donald Trump to be the elected nominee.
But are you?
He was not placed there.
Are you aware that those folks? Are you aware that those folks wanted to run against Trump, and the people of those states were not allowed to decide whether they wanted to vote for them or Trump? Their states just gave the delegates to Trump. So the people of those states never got a chance to decide if they wanted a different Republican or Trump. Are you aware of that?
Well, I mean, I clearly remember there being debates with like Chris Christie and...
No, not in 2020 it wasn't.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, in 2020, they just gave it to Trump. No one had any say. By the way, in 2020, Chris Christie was still rolling with Trump. He still was on his side.
Okay, maybe I'm getting the 2 elections mixed up.
Trump.
But we still voted Trump in. I mean, he was still voted on.
You didn't have a choice. The other people, they threw out. You didn't have a choice to even look into those other Republican candidates. They never allowed them to even be able to talk to the people and court your vote.
I'm gonna have to. That's been so long ago and many beers ago. I'm gonna have to fact check that because because the Republicans were against him when he first got in office. I mean,
but you're going back to 2015.
Everything he tried to bring in, they were voting down. Okay. I mean, he had just as many Republicans against him as he did Democrats because his main topic when he got in office was to drain the swamp, and it didn't matter which side.
Yeah, but pointing out that there were Republicans against Trump is something that liberals could say in 2020. Many Democrats were against Kamala. People changed their mind. There were Republicans, you're right, that did not favor Trump, just like there were Democrats that did not favor Kamala. You hear it on the right all the time, where her poll numbers were bad, she ran for election and lost. People changed their mind.
Oh, there ain't no doubt people change their mind. I'm not arguing against that. Okay. But this particular time, they didn't get the vote. Okay?
So just like in 2020.
But that's the big difference.
What's the difference?
If they had voted Kamala, I would be like, everybody's worried about our constitutional republic. A lot of people refer to it as democracy. But if you're trying to protect our democracy, then, if I was on the left, I would be screaming.
So what are you suggesting that?
Well, I'm just saying that there's a lot of people out there that don't like Kamala on the left side.
Well, they sure aren't speaking up very much.
But they're all going to jump behind her because they don't have a choice, right?
Well, but I think you're skipping over what I told you about Trump in 2020 because you're not aware of it. But everything you're saying about Kamala applies to Trump in 2020.
I'm pretty sure votes were had for Trump.
Okay.
And I would have to look that up to verify that, but I'm pretty sure he was voted on in states and won highly.
Okay. Well, I would suggest looking that up, because that is a common argument. What you're making is that the Democrats got cheated out of the vote, and a lot of Republicans do not know the same thing happened in regards to Trump in 2020. So most of the folks that say that, like you're doing, when I bring up what I'm bringing up, they all are unaware of it, because those states stole the vote and gave it to Trump. There were 4 different people that wanted to primary Trump in 2020, and several states just gave the votes to Trump, so that the people in those states never had a say on who they wanted to be the Republican nominee. Look it up. I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on.
Yeah, I'm just, I appreciate it. I appreciate you having me up. But I do remember there being Republican debates in 2020, as well as
Debates with who?
debates with other Republicans.
No, not in 2020. There were no debates in 2020. Trump didn't even, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Trump didn't even debate with other Republicans in 2024. Why would he do it in 2020?
I could almost swear there was, but like I said, you may have me on that. You may have me on that, sir. I will definitely go look it up. But
yeah, Trump used the excuse in 2024 that he was so far ahead in the polls, it made no sense to debate with Nikki Haley and some of those folks. Well, in 2020, he was the damn president. Why would he do it in 2020 and not in 2024?
No. Okay, yeah, but I'm sorry.
Okay.
He was the incumbent in 2020,
just like
Biden.
Right.
Just like Biden. But Biden dropped out. Trump didn't drop out.
But people wanted to primary Trump in 2020. And the Republicans stole the vote from those folks. I got to move it on, but look it up. Come on back anytime.
Yep. But we still voted.
No, you didn't. No, you did not.
No, I'm talking about the first term he got in office.
That's in 2016. You're going back 8 years. In 2020, your vote was stolen. Not 16, 2020. You didn't vote. You didn't get a damn vote at all. It was stolen from you.
No. That's an incumbent running.
Incumbents can be primary. Just because you're an incumbent don't mean other people can't run against you.
They can, but the difference is Kennedy wanted to run against him, but they ousted him.
Okay. Look it up. Come back through. Appreciate it. All right. Moving on with the program, though. Listen, I always enjoy the challenge. So if you folks feel I'm wrong, look it up. Prove me wrong, and I'll concede the point any day. I don't always want to come across as a know-it-all. I don't have all the damn answers, and neither do you. But if I'm wrong, you know how we do it on the program. Looking in the comments, Harris wants to take our weapons, leave borders open, leaving us no protection. I want to say something about that. And forgive my slow reading. My damn shirt and the color of the writing can be difficult to read. But in regards to the notion that Democrats want to take weapons, I often bring up that Trump promised to give police immunity from prosecution. And the often pushback is he can't do that. It's against the Constitution. Yet there are no shortage of folks who keep suggesting that one Democrat can take away everybody's weapons. So I do want to push back and say that if you can't say that Trump cannot give police immunity, but one Democrat can take everybody's weapons away. If one person can completely eradicate the Second Amendment, then it's safe to assume when Trump is promising to give police immunity, he can do that too. So I want to show you how that works. Same thing about suggesting that a Democratic president is going to turn us into socialist Venezuela. One guy can't do that. One individual cannot do that. So I just want to point it out. Being fair is fair. Let me go back to the box. And someone said, I don't like that Kamala lied about Biden's mental decline. Now it's not an issue. And I believe she did lie about that. Jerry, thank you for the comment. I do believe that Kamala, along with many others on the left, were being dishonest with the American public in regards to Biden's, his cognitive abilities. I'm not going to sugarcoat or pretend like that was not a lie. However, give me a moment to deflect. I think there's a hell of a lot of Republicans not being honest in regards to how they feel about January 6th or in regards to what actually happened in the 2020 election. I believe that there's a lot of Republicans that are also lying to defend President Trump. But I do agree with you. I believe Kamala was not honest in how she truly felt about Biden's cognitive abilities. Anyway, going back to the box, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 25,000. We got almost 600. What is that? No, it'd be about over 600. Appreciate you folks tapping the screen, get the likes up. And on YouTube, thank you for you folks. Smash that like button. Get your boy up to about 50. You know how we do. Going back to the box, as always, we don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with QAnon. Everybody gets to speak. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section, including the host. Drew, I believe that's Andy. Good evening, Andy. Welcome to the program. Thank you, Tammy. Good evening, Andy.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. So we're asking a question. If your candidate of choice loses in November, what are your biggest concerns?
That the Heritage Foundation will pull out Article 25 on Trump and replace him with J.D. Vance.
Whoa! You're the first person. Now, I know a lot of folks.
They didn't say loyal to who, did they?
Wow. Now, I know a lot of folks believe that Trump is, they fear this Project 2025 thing. You're the first person I've ever heard that is suggesting that if Trump wins, they're going to get rid of Trump and put J.D. Vance in there. You really believe that? Wow.
They talk about Trumpism. They don't necessarily need him anymore.
Damn. Wow.
Have you heard Trump talk?
Yeah, but they like that.
But there's a case to be made for the 25th Amendment immediately after he gets elected.
I think Trump would go apeshit if they tried to do that. If Trump got on...
he can do whatever he wants, but it is what it is.
If they pulled an Article 25 and got rid of Trump, suggesting that his cognitive abilities were failing, but Trump still had the ability to speak and he rallied MAGA, I don't think it would be safe to be J.D. Vance in America.
I don't know. Heritage Foundation fuels all those politicians with their money. Go look up, what is it? OpenSecrets.org.
Right, okay.
And see who the Heritage Foundation gives money to. It's obscene.
Yeah, but getting rid of, I don't know what the hell.
I'm just saying, you asked me, that's just
I did ask.
And tell me you don't think that it's possible. It may not be probable, but tell me you don't think that it may be possible.
Possible, yeah. Probable, no. Yeah, possible. Anything, you're right. Anything is possible. Wow, that's far out in my opinion. Getting rid of Trump with that mouth, with the amount of power he has to rally folks, that would be the wrong person.
What are they lately?
Somebody in the comments.
Many of them. Like, he was complaining about Vice President Harris. Her arena was full. His had open seats everywhere. I mean,
yeah, Harris is gonna draw a crowd because the celebrities is in on it now. I mean, folks are gonna come out.
Well, she was gonna draw a crowd anyway. She's a woman, and the Republicans have been attacking who? Women. Yeah. So we feel like we got a champion. So no, when I heard him talk about, they didn't get to vote. Well, I want to thank the Republicans for remembering this is a damn democracy for a change, instead of calling it a republic. I'm happy about that part at least.
But when you say that they're going to rally behind Kamala, the obvious question is, why did she do so poorly when she ran for president?
I don't know. I really don't. But her record is pretty solid. She got the money from Mexico for the border wall.
You sure that wasn't Biden? You think Kamala did that all?
Well, she got it.
Okay, really? I wasn't aware of that. I'm going to play ignorant on that one. I was not aware that Kamala. I don't recall the Democrats giving her credit for that.
Money. That's why Kevin McCarthy called her the border czar when she wasn't. He's just trying to be, huh?
I remember them Mexico forking over money to protect the border, but I don't ever remember the Democratic Party giving credit to Kamala for that.
But that's who was over there, and that's who was talking to everybody. That's where the money came from.
Well, Biden should have gave her credit.
Around talking about women's rights all over the country.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't pay attention to the vice president very much. No, I mean, we're not working. Because, like, what did Mike Pence do? Anybody know? Like,
nothing of significance. Well, he didn't actually. It's not what he did; it's what he didn't do that he's more known for.
Well, maybe he did keep Trump on the rails a little bit. Like, we don't know.
Well, they wasn't quite ready to let Mike Pence go. They kind of wanted him to hang around, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so they wasn't quite ready for him to go. He got out of there. They wanted him to hang around a little bit.
Oh, I'm so glad that I stopped. I promised my husband I wouldn't this weekend. We are celebrating 15 years of being married, 20 years together.
Wow! Congratulations. So that's a good piece. You know, nowadays people don't last that long.
We're happy. Like when the pandemic was over and everybody was like, we have to go back out in the world and talk to people. Like,
no.
Look, he's booing in the back. I'm very happy I married the right man.
Oh. But at the end of the day, you're in Alabama. Are you guys happy in Alabama? You like your politics there?
No, not at all. But I do see changes, and like nobody has ever run against Gary Palmer. Like, it just doesn't happen. And plus he is the co-founder of the Alabama Policy Institute, a foremost contributor to the Heritage Foundation. Even he's even he's got somebody running against him. So I'm excited.
Okay. Well, speaking of, your love and adoration for your husband and how happy you are, maybe your husband would love to hear that Gen X is sending you a shout out saying, as you brought Andy on, Jersey Mike's, he wants a sandwich. So he's recommending that.
Well, tell him when he makes him one, make me one too, okay?
Well, Gen X is a special kind of guy.
Actually, my husband just fed me barbecue, and he even cleaned the kitchen today. Like,
wow.
Gen X just wouldn't make it in my house. He just wouldn't.
I tend to think so. So at the end of the day, that is what you...
He me for my brains and because I'm bendy, not because he wanted me to clean the kitchen.
So at the end of the day, though, that is what you fear the most. It's not Trump getting elected, but Trump only being in there for a short time and us having President J.D. Vance.
I don't want the Heritage Foundation running the country.
But Trump is continuing to say he has nothing to do with Project 2025.
Well, he may not, but I said J.D. Vance, didn't I?
Yeah.
And you think he didn't have any ties to the Heritage Foundation?
I tend to think so, but is there any solid links connecting J.D. Vance?
Oh yeah, they absolutely gushed over him the night he got picked. Said they had given choices to all of them, but he was their man. He also wrote the foreword for the book that was the former president's. Like, I could go on. He's deeply entrenched in the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah. Some of the things he's saying, he clearly favors women having children up to including he wants to treat them differently than women that don't have children.
National abortion ban, no exceptions.
Yeah, he sounds like he's straight out of the pages of Project 2025. But in regards to the one and only Gen X, he says it sounds like your husband is actually your wife.
Oh, no, he does the job really well.
Oh, okay. All right. So I get your fear of what happens if Kamala loses. But before I let you go, do you think if you had to handicap it, who do you think is likely to pull it off? Being honest.
Since Zoom has been breaking with every time Kamala has a Zoom meeting, we're raising like all kinds of money. The momentum is on her side. Not to mention, Trump didn't do so well at the Black Broadcasters event, did he?
No, he didn't. But he just had a rally in Atlanta that just ended, I don't know, maybe a half hour ago or so. And there was a lot of blacks behind him. I watched it a minute ago, and yeah, he had a lot of black folks in the
Yeah,
audience.
you
I don't
should have
know.
seen the look on their face at one point. I watched that. He said some dumb stuff. Those women looked at each other like, what the hell? No, even those women were like, what the hell? So, no. Go
I
watch
don't.
it.
How could you
Go
be?
watch it again and watch their faces.
But I don't get how a woman could go to a Trump rally in 2024 in the middle of what is this August, early August, and you're shot.
Brainwashing is all I can think.
Well, the thing about it is, I've been to a couple of Trump rallies. It's like the greatest hits at every rally. How could you be going in August 2024 acting shocked? He ain't said nothing he ain't already said before.
Well, I mean, like, he's having a hard time attacking Vice President Harris. Like, he doesn't really have, like, and every time he goes after it's not working well for him.
Wow. Well, he did bring before I let you go, he did bring up a young black woman on stage, and apparently she was happy that he saved her HBCU, and he said she gave me a kiss, and for a moment he thought he was not even going to go home to the first lady. It was an interesting. Interesting.
He didn't have a first lady. You noticed? Where's she at?
Well, Melania is the first lady,
One
right?
of her friends said that she thinks that's contractual. She pulled up an old video of Barron and Melania and Trump, and it was one of the first episodes, and she's holding Barron, and he's a little bitty baby. She goes, "Daddy's home," and it's the perfect setting, the perfect scene.
Contractual?
I mean, she said she didn't know. That's what she said. That's in her book.
Yeah. You're telling me you don't think that Melania and Trump genuinely fell in love, that that's an organic relationship that culminated due to love? Come on now. They're only 30 years apart. I got to move it on. Andy, appreciate you coming through. Good talk.
Thank you. It was great to see you.
Anytime. Appreciate it. All right. That's what we're asking, folks. 2 weeks. It's only been 2 weeks. In fact, it has not even been 2 weeks yet. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes on up. Certainly can make that happen. I haven't solicited that. It helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. Program is MAGA friendly, always has been, always will be. 2 weeks ago, it was still Trump versus Biden. We were 2 days outside of the Republican National Convention. Trump was leading in every poll known to man in America 2 weeks ago. In fact, 13 days ago, Kamala Harris became the presumptive nominee on a Sunday. So 13 days ago, Biden was still telling folks he wasn't going to leave the race. And what I'm asking you folks is, in addition to your concerns if your candidate wins or loses, do you believe the Democrats did the right thing switching from Biden to Harris, or should they have kept Harris in it, or maybe held some sort of a virtual primary with that small amount of time left and let the chips fall where they may? I'm going to ask you folks that. So going back to the box real quick in the comments, honeymoon will be over in 2 weeks. And I meant to bring that up with my last caller in regards to her suggesting that, the energy is behind Kamala. A lot of folks are saying that it's simply the honeymoon phase. But I want to point out something. If you're saying that the honeymoon phase is going to be over in 2 weeks, you haven't seen who she nominates for vice president yet. That could have a honeymoon phase behind it as well. You don't know. Now, obviously, Trump went with J.D. Vance, and there's been little to no honeymoon behind that at all. But we have yet to see who Kamala nominates. There could be a honeymoon phase behind that. Going back to the box, Global African Life. That's a unique name. All right, Global African Life. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Global African Life. Are you there?
Hold on. Let me get out my speaker. All
right.
All right. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you. So, are you...
All right. What's up, bro?
Not much. Good to have you on. What are your biggest concerns if your candidate of choice doesn't win? I'm assuming you're going to vote for Trump or Kamala. You're not third party, are you?
My biggest concern is Kamala. Kamala.
Camel.
And I'm voting for Kamala, but right now I'm voting for Kamala, but right now I'm waiting for her to give me a reason to vote for her. She's got my vote. She just got to give me a reason to go pull a lever.
Why would you vote for
And
somebody?
I'm waiting on
Wait.
something.
You got a delay. Why would you vote for someone that you're admitting you have no reason to vote for?
Because the other one is not an option.
What's wrong with the other
one?
one?
Not an option. And if anything, he's a psychopath. He's a narcissistic psychopath. He's a narcissistic psychopath. And for me, I think people don't realize he's really incompetent for that job. He's incompetent. You just have enough people around you to keep you from making a complete fool out of yourself. You have people that when they lock the doors and take away the cameras, you have somebody that's able to say, "No, we can't do that."
Wait a minute. He was president. He was president for 4 years. Many folks favored that economy. We didn't have a lot of wars going on all over the damn place. You could afford gas. You could afford groceries. What makes you suggest that he's incompetent?
Because all of those things went down because he was president. They didn't go down due to him being president or his own actions. All of that went down because of the support of him being the president. He didn't do anything specific to make that happen. Gas will go down wherever it needs to go down if it's going to benefit him becoming the president. Well, we know this.
Well, that's what he's supposed to do, is do things while he's in office that are going to benefit him, right?
I'm just saying, I don't see anything that he's specifically done. I don't see anything that he did. I don't see anything that he did that you can say this happened simply because Donald Trump knew what he was doing. No, this happened because the people around him know how to make him not look like a complete fool.
Well, that's his administration, though. If the people around him did things, as you say, to make him look like that he was not a complete fool, that is his administration. He could hire and fire people. You're suggesting that he surrounded himself with people that were doing things that were beneficial to him and the country.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Those same people would not give that same support to the country if it was going to make, say, Kamala Harris or Joe Biden look good. They're not going to give that same support. So I mean, let's be honest. When you look at it that way, there's nothing specific about him other than that he's a pig racist. He's the Republican candidate, and everybody likes his rhetoric and his ignorance. That's all, you know.
So you're saying that he's a pig racist. What's making you say that? Because a lot of folks would suggest that a lot of African Americans used to affiliate with Trump. I mean, he had a few of them on his administration, like Ben Carson, and he's friends with Tim Scott. What is making you suggest that Trump is a quote-unquote pig racist?
Hold on. Now, when you talk about Tim Scott and Ben Carson, and I hate to say this as a black man, everybody got their pet dogs. Everybody got their pet puppies.
So you're saying that Tim Scott, an actual senator for South Carolina, he's a pet puppy or a pet dog?
I would like to say what I really want. You just can't say it on TikTok. But I will say this. In this situation, he took it without using Vaseline. So
oh my
there you go. He's an embarrassment to himself. Now, here's what I'm saying this. I just think Kamala is the lesser of two evils. I think putting Trump back in, I think a lot of people don't realize he knows this is his last 4 years. There's nothing behind this. You're not going to change the rules to give another 4 years. What are you really capable of trying to do now? You have nothing to lose now. You have nothing to gain. All you have is the seat for 4 years to dictate, rule, and ruin whatever you can in that amount of time.
But maybe when you ask what does he have to gain, maybe he wants to correct his reputation. Maybe he wants to prove that the charges against him were a witch hunt. Maybe he wants to prove that he actually won a 2020 election and they stole it from him. Is there not anything good at all that the man is capable of doing?
And when you say those things, that's like saying to me the world is flat, Santa Claus is real. You know, God is a Barry Gibb from the Bee Gees. You know,
So how would you respond? I got folks in the comments, so I might ask you this right. How would you respond to folks who might say you just have what they refer to as TDS, Trump derangement syndrome? You just hate the man, and you're going to see nothing but negative in him no matter what.
I mean, everything that he was convicted of, for better or worse, there was some truth to it. You did put your vice president life in jeopardy, and you didn't do anything to assist in saving him. You did support the insurrection. You did admit we got you on audio saying, hey, if you're a celebrity, you can do this to a woman. So that gives a lot of credence to the crimes that they say you committed against women. Your wife is, I mean, you and your wife are not even putting up a real fake image. You don't have a wife. You don't have a wife. You have somebody with your last name that's getting a check off of you.
You really are tearing this guy down. I mean, now in regards to the grab him by the you know what comment, according to Trump, that was just locker room talk taken out of context. What say you?
Hey man, when he said Africa was an S-hole country, and everybody said, well, he's apologized, so his racism don't exist anymore. I put that in the same context as that.
Give me something. You keep throwing around the word racist in conjunction with Trump. Give me an example of how Trump has been intolerant and or racist as you're suggesting.
I don't see anything that he's done for the better. Everybody can say they see things that he's done that benefited black people. Let's be real. The stimulus package came out while he was in office. It was already taken care of prior to him getting there. He was just able to put his name on it. Second thing is, if you really say that you for a change and you for the betterment of all people, everything that you put your name on was a Band-Aid. Same thing with HBCUs. You didn't fix the problem. You put a Band-Aid on it so you can say, hey, I did more than the last guy, or I did do something. Everything is a Band-Aid with you.
I'm not hearing, I hear what you're saying. Your argument sounds more like he didn't do anything for the black community, which, by the way, a lot of blacks say the same thing about Barack Obama. I'm not hearing the racism part, though. You're not giving me something he did that was racist.
Because I see what he does support. He does support the good old boys. He does support the ignorance and the witch hunt of these police who attack black people. When Freddie Gray was unalived in the back of the van, his answer was, "Hey, there's nothing wrong with slamming them around in the back of the van if they don't know how to act when they get arrested." You justified those things. You support everything in the middle. You don't cross the line. Now, when you have to lean toward the white side, you can lean all the way in. When you have to lean toward the black side, that's when everybody got good people on both sides.
Yeah, but how are you? Now, you're correct. Trump did tell a group of graduating cadets about, not putting their hand behind the head of a suspect when they're putting them in the car, indicating it would be okay to knock their head against the car. But you're tying it to him only suggesting to do that to black people. He didn't use race when he made that statement.
Hey, bro, read between the lines, man.
Okay. I'm trying to figure it out. That's all. I'm trying to make sure I get it right.
And then right here, I'm gonna give you this because this is my best one. When you say "Make America Great Again," that's not inclusive. "Make America Great Again" is a racist, coward's way of saying, I want my grandfather's version of America and my great-grandfather's version of America. I just can't say it to you the way I wish I could.
So let me respond to what you're reading between the lines again with the MAGA, but what I want to add, because Ed G, and thank you for the super chat on YouTube, says, you have no examples. You're just stating what the Democratic Party says, so you believe it's true. So, because you're saying "Make America Great Again" is is kind of a trope of racism towards blacks. He's suggesting that, look, you're only repeating the Democratic talking points.
I mean, but there's enough there to make it a credible argument. There's enough there to make it a credible argument. Think about this. Think about this. The same way everybody comes down on the Democrat. You had your first 4 years. What did you really do across the board? What did you fix? What did you really change? Or did you just do the same thing everybody else? Put a little Band-Aid over here, put a little Vaseline over here, put a little something over here. Hey, y'all, I did something and I tried. I wish I could have done more, but they had my hands tied. Everybody had the same lie. You did not solve a problem. If anything, to me, if I really was to be honest, I don't mind Trump winning because I think he'll finish America off in 4 years. I think he'll put America in a position where they can't come back from.
Wait, you said he'll finish America off. What do you mean by that? That don't sound good.
Right now, between Trump and Joe Biden, we are a joke on the world stage. The only thing that's holding us together is we still have a strong enough economy, but they're crumbling that too. I think 4 more years of Trump would be just enough to put America in enough decline to where, okay, now you will have to compromise on some things because ain't nobody looking to you anymore.
Wow. So you said Trump would make us weaker on the American stage?
Absolutely.
Wow. Now, many are going to...
Here's another thing. Everybody said he was so strong on relationships with other countries. We watched you kiss Putin's ass. We watched you praise Putin in front of Putin. You kissed his ass.
Yeah, but we also watched Putin not invade the Ukraine. We didn't have any major wars or conflicts going on under the Trump administration anywhere near to this level like we're dealing with under Biden. You don't give Trump credit for that at all?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Do you? Do you, though? Do you?
It's something to be asked. I don't necessarily give him credit for it, but I do like the fact that it wasn't happening. Right now, as we speak, because I just did a video about this earlier before I got on live, Israel in the last week has taken out 2 top commanders, one of Hamas and another one of Hezbollah. Iran has already stated that they intend to retaliate. I think somebody else in the region is going to join them. The first country to step up and send carriers to the region is America. So we could possibly be getting in another major conflict, or at least a regional one, on behalf of Israel. Trump has stated he's going to get out of that stuff. Do you think Trump has the right idea?
On the surface, yeah. Behind the scenes, no. I think this right here. I think to be honest, when you look at Democrat and Republican, I think Joe Biden is just a career politician and a smarter version of Donald Trump. But I think they're the same person, pretty much.
Okay, well, Biden is on the way out. What about Kamala?
I'm still holding out for something. I'm waiting on something that say, okay, maybe we got something different about to happen here. Right now, I see the same thing. I just watched an interview with a young lady named Zoe, who's fighting for her property rights and her building rights in Chicago. Now, they're going to have a Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Kamala Harris is going to be on the world stage to say, I'm your girl now. But you're in the most corrupt city in the United States, with the most corrupt government in the United States, with the most segregated city in the United States. But if you don't say anything about that, then right there you lose my vote. If she doesn't say anything about the city that she's in, she can't have my vote.
You expect her to go to the city that hosted the Democratic nomination and then criticize the town that is hosting her, all of those cops, all of them are Chicago. You want her to go to their town and say, oh, didn't Trump do something like that about Milwaukee and it turned out really bad? Is that what you're trying to suggest? Go to the town that is hosting you and then insult the town.
But to me, that would show to me that you're really about something.
Yeah, about losing the voters in Chicago. That's what she would be about potentially losing the voters in Chicago. Trump could criticize Milwaukee. Hold on, hang on. Trump could criticize Milwaukee. They're not going to vote for him anyway. Chicago is likely to vote for Kamala. Why the hell would she go there and say something like that?
It depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking to the people, yeah, you're gonna lose. If you speak on behalf of the people and tell Chicago, y'all been at the top of the corruption game since the early '70s, since the '60s, however long. Y'all been robbing Chicago and y'all been destroying Chicago since this amount of time. You're gonna win the people. You don't need the leadership. There are only a number of people in leadership. You got 5 to 6 million people on the ground in Chicago that know exactly what's going on in Chicago. I'm in Chicago right now, and I can tell you right now, when I talk to the people in Chicago, it doesn't matter from what level of life to the bottom. It's the wealthiest to the lowest. Everybody got the same complaint. Chicago is out of control, and they are a Democratic city.
Yeah.
They got Democratic leadership.
All right, so
I'll tell you right now, Chicago is so corrupt. A Republican can't win in Chicago, even if he got the votes.
that ain't gonna
That's
happen.
that's how corrupt they are.
All right, I do got to move it on, but so I can get clarity, if Kamala, with the Democratic convention coming there, if she does not mention the corruption in Chicago, you're not going to vote for her.
I'm not gonna vote for it because you the same thing as everybody else.
So would you sit it out or would you vote for Trump?
I will sit it out.
All right. Appreciate you coming through. This is our first time talking global?
No. I was on your live early part of the year, but I'll be back.
Anytime. My door's always open till you go.
All right, brother.
Now that's different. That's different. Now, everybody votes for a different reason. The economy, gun rights, pro-choice, pro-life, Christianity. First time somebody's ever said that. If she comes to my city and does not point out the corruption in my city, she does not have my vote. So everybody does vote for a different reason. This is what we say, folks. We believe in free speech. Different opinion. We go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with QAnon. Everybody does get to speak. I've never heard that one before, though. Now, I will say before we continue on, because Trump is running a campaign on reducing crime, lowering crime. He points out that under the Biden administration, crime has went up. Now, the FBI suggests the opposite, but Trump is suggesting that if you elect him, he's going to work to bring crime down. What I would say, just like what I would have mentioned in my last guest, I don't know what the president can do at that level. Certainly, if Kamala wins the nation's highest office with a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, I don't know how much power she has to deal with corruption in Chicago. Born and raised there myself, I agree with my last gentleman. It is an incredibly corrupt city. Goes all the way back to Al Capone. But I don't know what the president can do to handle corruption in a major American city, in an environment that often talks about states' rights and small government. I don't know what he can do. Look it in the comments. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 40,000, 600 plus of you in here. We can certainly make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy on this Saturday evening broadcast. On YouTube as well, feel free to smash that like button. Understand we are MAGA friendly. We always have been. We always will be. If you enjoy civilized dialogue from both sides of the aisle without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor you, you are in the right place. I'd implore you to follow the program on TikTok, and for my YouTubers, a subscription if you will. Going back to the box, what concerns you most if your candidate of choice does not win? Well, goes to Dencal, one of my subscribers, always gets first digs. Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the program. Now, me and Dencal have talked several times, if the box brings up. Dencal, we're asking that. I think you've heard the question. My last guess was kind of unique, but I want to ask you, if your candidate of choice does not win, what concerns you most?
If my candidate doesn't win, what concerns me?
Yeah, let's say you're supporting Kamala and Trump wins. What are your biggest concerns you have for the nation if your candidate of choice loses in November?
Well, it might not be a concern for the nation, but the attempt to give police immunity in democratic cities is probably my first and foremost concern. And then it would be their attempt to remove all civil servants that don't agree with Trump's policies
as far as being right wing, because that's a part of the
Project
Agenda
2025.
47.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
47. It's in Agenda 47 as well.
yes, for him to be able to have control over civil servants. Yes.
You know, the crazy thing is, I've heard so many folks push back and say that, listen, Trump said he has nothing to do with Project 2025, and some folks defending Trump goes, he ain't got nothing to do with 2025. He actually has Agenda 47. And my response is, you do realize that's damn near the same thing, right? I mean, there's very little, there's 2025 is more in depth, more in detail, but Agenda 47 is almost like a cliff note for Project 2025. So for folks saying that he's not for Project 2025, he's only for Agenda 47, you're not helping him out at all.
Right. I think that's just, for me, that's just an intellectually dishonest conversation to be saying he doesn't know anything about it. When we've got him speaking in front of the Heritage Foundation, saying that they're creating the platform for him, like he's literally like said, yes, these people are going to put together my agenda, and now he's saying he don't know nothing about it. So I can't even have that conversation, because that person is either like ignorant or is being dishonest. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't just say he doesn't know anything about it, and half of his cabinet, the people he had around him, helped literally write the thing.
Yeah, I will say it was always, in my opinion, a difficult sell to convince folks that Trump didn't have anything to do, or now I won't say to do, but had no knowledge of Project 2025. But right now, in August of 2024, it certainly makes no sense at this point. You should have certainly read this by now, because everybody's pinning it on President Trump. For him to say right now that he doesn't know about it, at this point, that makes no damn sense. You should certainly have picked up a book and read, or picked up, downloaded it off the internet or whatever, and read it by now. A lot of regular, everyday citizens have read all 900 pages of that. Saying I don't know about it is no longer acceptable.
Right. Those same people are the ones who gave him all of his recommendations for who to pick as Supreme Court Justice. He literally picked all three of the people through the Heritage Foundation. Yeah. So, to act like, oh, well, all of a sudden, I've heard them, they've, but I don't really know nothing about it, and I wish them luck.
Yeah, I gotta agree that the links between Trump and that Project 2025 are substantial. I mean, how many times is his name mentioned there? Like a few hundred times? I mean, as you pointed out, several of the authors of various chapters actually served under him. Like, they did all of this without you knowing anything? Now, in the comments, though, one of the viewers suggested that a debate will solve everything. Do you think that Trump and Kamala should have that debate?
I think, yes, I think they should have the debate, but I think for anybody to expect Trump to actually answer questions properly or present any real policy positions is just crazy, because he's not.
Now, Trump has agreed to debate her, because a lot of folks are saying that he was too scared to debate Kamala. He's agreed to debate her. However, he's changed the term significantly. He wants an audience, and he wants it on Fox. Should she accept that?
It depends on who's going to be the moderators.
It's Fox News. I mean,
it depends on who.
Does it? I mean,
they have regular news people that they can pick from. They don't have to pick their opinion guys that prime time opinion piece host. They can pick somebody who can be open-minded enough.
I watch a lot of Fox News. The days of Brett Baier and Shepard Smith, those days there really is what you're talking about really no longer exists at Fox. Most of the personalities, Harris Faulkner, them folks are pretty far to the right at this point. They don't have they don't even use the moniker Fair and Balanced anymore. They don't even use that logo anymore. So I don't know who they would pick.
So you don't think Judge Jeanine could be fair?
Jesus Christ. I'm watching Fox News the evening of January 6th when all of that happened, and Judge Jeanine Pirro was on Fox News saying that was Antifa. Now, she's in a studio in New York. She's not even there. And she's already saying that's Antifa. No, she is not going to be fair whatsoever.
I'm just joking,
I
Joe.
know
I'm
you
just joking.
are.
But hey, but for the last guy that's why don't he just why didn't you just go ahead and offer him a hat, Tim? He up there talking about something. If she don't come and criticize his city, he ain't gonna vote for her. Well then don't vote for her. Why do you have to make an excuse about her? Nobody's going to go except for Trump. Going to go to the place that they're having their convention and say you guys are all corrupt. Nobody's gonna do that.
I would say that even Trump would not do it if his rally was in, a Republican. He's not going to go to Montana or Wyoming or Alabama somewhere and say nothing like that. I mean, yeah, it's easy to do it in Milwaukee. They're not going to vote for you anyway. But even Trump wouldn't do that.
You're just having your convention there. You're not there to
Right.
critique the city. Like what is he talking about? If he wants to vote for Trump, just admit it. That's what I have a hard time. A lot of people are running out here talking about if she doesn't do this, if she doesn't say that. They just are making up an excuse not to vote for her. I would have more respect for somebody who just says, look, I'm just going to vote for him and I don't care what he's done. I don't care what he's saying. I'm just going to vote for him rather than make up these crazy excuses about her not being black. And she locked up too many black people. When these folks don't give a dang about how many black people she done locked up when she was in California, none of them do.
Yeah, I've never heard the right suddenly become so concerned about blacks being wrongfully locked up. And I asked a few Republicans, like, can you name anybody else other than Biden or Harris that mistreated blacks that you spoke out about? Like, I mean, because there is a black man right now, last week, that was released from prison in Missouri for serving 30 years for a crime he didn't commit. And he had to fight his way out. Even after they realized he was not guilty, the Missouri Attorney General was still trying to keep him in prison. Now, Missouri's a Republican state. Like, you don't have to go all the way back to 30 years with Kamala and Biden. Here's somebody you could have fought for now. That was not covered on right-wing media at all. It was all over CNN and MSNBC, but right-wing media didn't cover that at all. Like, so it does seem odd that you decide to now be concerned with blacks that are mistreated by the system when it comes to Kamala and Biden, but no one else. So I don't know what else to do with that.
Are they proposing that we go back and take a look at all those cases and see if we can release a couple more?
No, they're proposing you get rid of Kamala, but don't let them folks out. Yeah. So,
oh man, it's hilarious, but it's sad at the same time. It really is.
now I had Andy on earlier when I asked, because she's also voting left. Her concern was that if you put Trump in, the Republican Party, the Heritage Foundation, the whole producers of Project 2025 you're discussing, are going to pull an Article 25 on Trump, suggesting that his cognitive abilities have declined too far. Get rid of Trump, put J.D. Vance in there to run the country because he's closer to Project 2025 than Trump. Does that sound crazy, or do you see any possible chance there may be some validity to that? I mean, Trump is 78.
That would mean that J.D. Vance would have to be a part of that. I mean, it's definitely possible because they're the ones who recommended J.D. Vance. So I mean, it's kind of far fetched, but hey, nowadays.
Well, at the end of the day, even if it's far-fetched, and I think it's completely out in a different universe, but at the end of the day, Trump is 78 years old. Now, Trump's on stage in Chicago at that black convention telling folks that the vice presidential pick doesn't matter. But I'm like, your ass is 78. What the hell you mean it don't matter? You think you're going to live forever? So, I mean, his pick matters probably more than any other president in history.
Yeah, I think like that may be something that they think about on the back burner, but I think that they have the perfect candidate to get almost everything they want. So I don't think they want to get him in there and then take him out. Now, obviously, if he does fall ill or something happens to him, they would definitely take advantage of that opportunity. But any legislation that they get through Congress, he's going to sign it. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, I said the same thing, that if if the Heritage Foundation tried to take Trump out and Trump was protesting it, it wouldn't be safe to be J.D. Vance or a member of the Heritage Foundation anytime, because MAGA wants Trump. They don't want none of this bullshit. Putting MAGA don't give a damn about J.D. Vance. They want Trump. So if the far right tried to take out Trump, and Trump was on stage protesting about it to MAGA, it would not be safe to be a member of the Heritage Foundation or be J.D. Vance. So I think it's a bit out there as well, but 78 is 78. Somebody asked in the comments, how old was Biden in 2020? I think he was 77. I do know for a fact, though, that Trump will be the oldest president if he wins. He will be older than Biden was when he took office. I am certain of that. So
yeah, he's the oldest to even run.
Yeah. And so the idea of him talking about his vice presidential pick doesn't matter. Doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, your pick really matters when you that old.
Right. I'm just, it's just kind of scary if you look at the agenda of Project 2025 and the Heritage Foundation. Their long-term goal was to, one, take control of the courts, which they've managed to do through Mitch McConnell. Now is to get control of the executive branch, to get rid of all civil servants that don't lean right.
Wow.
That's some scary stuff.
Yeah,
people acting like this stuff can't happen, and to give the police this broad immunity along with the president, they are literally, it's scary.
It's if it goes down like that, that might be finally a reason for some folks who say, well, look, if the wrong guy wins, I'm gonna lead the country. That might be a legitimate time to do it. I got to move on, Decal. Hopefully that's all malarkey, as Biden would say, but there are a lot of folks that believe you. Decal, appreciate you coming through.
All right, take care.
Anytime. Moving on with the program, Gen X, Fox News debate with Joe Rogan and Bill Maher that would be awesome. Fox News debate with Joe Rogan and Bill Maher of HBO as mods. That's pay-per-view shit. Because now Bill Maher leans left, Joe Rogan leans right, but he's not far right, and Bill Maher is not far left. I think that would be an excellent set of mods. I really do. That would be great. I don't think it'll happen, of course, but now the audience is a different story. We know Trump functions very well in front of an audience, so it shouldn't surprise anyone that Trump wants I think he wants like an amphitheater, like a very large audience. He likes the boos and the yays. That's what he's seeking. Because if you get up there and you say personal shit, people are going to cheer it on. If you get up there and say that, she got on her knees and slept her way to the top, the audience is going to eat that up. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be false. I mean, the name calling works very well in front of an audience. They find it humorous. So Trump certainly prefers an audience over dead silence. So we'll see, but I don't think some folks are suggesting that there is no reason for the folks to debate at this point. And I'm kind of I would love to see it. It's a wealth of content, but I'm on par with that as well. I don't believe there's any need for them to debate. I don't think a Trump-Kamala debate is going to sway any hearts and minds. I think everybody now, 95 days before the election, everybody has their mind made up. I don't think anything that either one of them can say is going to make you say, well, no, I'm going to vote for her. The direction that Kamala is taking America versus the direction that Trump is taking America, their directions are so different. I don't believe there's hardly anybody in the middle. Maybe some devoted Kennedy voters or Cornel West or some of these folks that was, once it's confirmed their candidate is going nowhere, which in my opinion, you should already know there's no chance, but maybe a couple of them has to make a choice, but everybody knows who the hell they're voting for. Everybody already knows. Look it in the comments. Oh, come on. What it says, oh, come on. Kamala has a wonderful laugh. Get some joy in your MAGA, says Lori Sell. Shout out to Lori, one of my female Republicans. I always give a shout out to female MAGA. Everybody says the Democrats are going to take all the women, but we do get a lot of females on the right. The laugh is, I don't know what to do with the laugh. Okay, she has a crazy ass cackle, but there should be policy. I mean, a person can have a crazy ass laugh and still be an awesome leader. I don't know what bringing up her laugh really does, in my opinion. That's, I don't see. I mean, I don't see any value to that. Looking in the comments, what's logical electing a felon? Well, they don't believe he's a genuine felon. They believe that all of the crimes on him were simply an attempt to prevent him from being elected. So they don't believe the felony thing. I can't imagine Kamala negotiating with Z. Who is Z? You can't imagine Kamala. Why not? I'll just say this in regards to that. You know, folks, but she makes America look weak, or she don't know how to, stare down or talk down Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin. Keep in mind, folks, the president don't do all of that. We have the Joint Chiefs. We have every area of running this government has somebody else that's in charge that simply recommends what should be done to the president. And the president just signs off on it. Whether it's, you got the Department of Education, you got the CDC, you got the FDA. The president don't know all of these different areas. What should be fearful to you is when a president gets up there and pretends like he does. I'll leave that to the imagination. But we know there is no such thing as a know-it-all. So at the end of the day, what you want is somebody that's willing to listen to the experts and come to a decent conclusion. You don't want people trying to pretend like they are an expert over something they have no knowledge in. Would Kamala be a decent negotiator for Putin or something? She don't have to. She really doesn't have to talk to Putin if she doesn't want to. She can get on television and say, this guy is, what did Bush say? I looked in his eyes and I saw his soul. You got diplomats that can negotiate with diplomats of those countries, and all of the deals can be done through them. And then you just get on television and shake the guy's hand. You don't have to do that. If you're not good at negotiating, don't do it. Have one of your diplomats contact their top-ranking diplomat. You can tell your diplomat what you want done. And then he phrases it and says it right and comes back and says, well, if they're going to do this for us, Madam President, they also want us to do this for them. And you pass all your shit through them. You don't have to do that. Just want to point that out. And at the end of the day, once the diplomats, I'll give you a perfect example. If any of you folks that may have been divorced, horrible topic to bring up, but if you've been divorced, your lawyer does the exact same thing for you. You tell your lawyer what the hell you want out of the divorce, the termination of marriage. Your lawyer talks to your spouse's or your soon-to-be ex-spouse's lawyer, and they keep talking back and forth until you guys come up with an agreement, and then it's presented to a judge. You don't have to negotiate with your ex at all. Your attorney does all of that. That is what would happen if Kamala doesn't want to sit there and talk to Xi Jinping or Kim Jong-un or Vladimir. She don't have to do it. Just like if you're a divorcee, you don't have to debate or talk with your ex. There's somebody to do it. Anyway, going back to the box, and I appreciate you folks that are tapping the screen. Get the likes up to about 60,000. We're dealing with still around 700, almost 700 of you folks in here and on YouTube as well. I appreciate the participation. Smash that like button. I have to say a little to the left is that. Good evening. And at that point, the judge takes your trust, name, and your bank account. If you got a poor negotiator, yes, that is what happens. Gen X, good evening.
What is up, my brother from another mother? How you doing tonight?
Always a pleasure. Just hanging around like Mike Pence. You know what I always say. So what do you think? If obviously you're MAGA, what concerns you most if Kamala gets the position?
Dude, there's so much. War, global instability, financial decline, this far-left idiot trying to turn America into a shithole. Dude, Kamala abandoned Israel when Bibi Netanyahu was here giving his speech, she wouldn't even show up. What does that project to the rest of the world? And not a good thing.
Okay, let me start with that. You mentioned a few things. I grabbed notes real quick. You're concerned about war. You're concerned about global instability. You believe she's going to take the country in a far left direction. And now you're talking about that she abandoned Israel. First of all, in regards to war and abandoning Israel, Trump is suggesting that he wants to get us out of overseas conflicts. Let them handle their own business. America first, focus only on America. Do you believe he would be fighting on behalf of Israel?
Yeah, I do. I think he will support Israel, but I also think that Trump he won't cross the lines.
What is the line?
He's not going to go too far. He's going to support our allies as much as they would support us.
Trump talked about completely annihilating North Korea when they were having a back and forth. What do you mean he won't go too far? He literally, didn't he tell Kim Jong-un, according to him, that his nuclear button was bigger and it worked? Didn't he suggest
wait a second. What does that have to do with what we're talking about now?
You said he won't cross the line.
And what we're talking about now are two different things. We're talking about Kamala Harris and a world policy, and you want a whataboutism that Trump did this with North Korea.
That's not a whatabout. The reason why you said, what do they have to do with each other? You're saying that Kamala Harris, will cross all these lines. I'm bringing up the fact that Trump talked about, nuclear war. He actually told Kim Jong-un, I have a bigger button and mine works.
Okay, I'm going to use your words, Tim. People can't learn?
Oh, what makes you think you learned? I mean, you can use that, but what makes you think he's now different?
I think he's grown both politically and personally. I just think he has, man. I mean, the guy, he came into a total wreck. He thought he was a politician, and guess what? He wasn't. He got his ass handed to him.
Now, when you say
he understands it a little better, I think he'll do a lot better in his second term.
When you say you think he's grown and he'll do better, I'm looking at Trump, because I just watched the Trump rally about an hour or so ago, the one he had in Atlanta, and I'm comparing that Trump in August of 2024 to the Trump we knew when he was in the White House. And you're saying he's grown. He's still name-calling. He's still making bad picks. We've seen what happened in the midterms. He picked Dr. Oz and Herschel Walker, bad candidates, because we know when he was in office, he did not surround himself with the best and brightest. Now he's picking J.D. Vance, who's not helping him out. How has he grown? Give me some examples.
I think J.D. Vance was a reason to show that he has grown.
Really? You think the Trump administration will benefit by picking J.D. Vance?
Even a lot of my constituents don't agree with me, but I think J.D. Vance was, at first I didn't agree with it, but the more I learn about J.D. Vance is in Western culture. He's into the nuclear family, into this, into that. I think he was a great pick.
Now, I do got to make sure I get a disclaimer from you, because your voice, your opinions are probably new to a lot of my audience members. Now, you do believe the country would be better off if women couldn't vote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you favor J.D. Vance. You do realize the link to that, right?
No, yes, I do.
Okay.
You know what? I don't have a problem with women voting. There's a big difference there, Tim. If women can vote or are allowed to vote, that's fine, whatever. I think, personally, that it would be better if they didn't, if the men did these decisions. I don't think that women should be in positions of power.
Why not?
I don't think women should be controlling the world, because they don't reason based on factual data. They reason based on emotion. Now, let me clarify that. I don't think you can, but I'll give you the floor. Run our families.
Wait, say that again. I was talking. Keep going. I interrupted you. My apology. But why do you think women cannot have positions of leadership?
Because they're fucking buck wild men. They're batshit cat crazy nuts.
What makes you? Oh my God! So how do you respond to folks who might suggest that you and the likes of J.D. Vance are anti-woman?
I'm absolutely not anti-woman. I think we all have our place. I think men have their place in life. I think women have their place in life. Now, if women continue to vote, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not going to hate them because of that. I just think the wiser decision, based on what I've seen in my lifetime, is that women kind of bow out, tap out, back up, and let the men make these decisions.
Now, when you say women have their place, I want you to elaborate. Describe the place of women.
Women should be venerated. Do you know what venerated means?
No, I don't. You about to educate me. Tell me what I need to know. Venerate. Explain.
Venerate means honored. Okay? If a woman decides to have a career, that's fine. If a woman decides to stay home and raise a family, even better.
Wait. You said if she decides to have a career.
Venerate, hold on. Venerate means to support them at whatever they choose to do, even if I don't support it.
So what if she chooses to be in a position of leadership?
Well, that's fine. That's her choice. And as long as it's legal, I have no problem with it. I'm not going to support it, but I don't have a problem with it.
Why won't you support it? You say if you're saying I won't support it, then you clearly do have a problem with it.
No, because I don't think that women should have those positions. I think men should have those positions. Throughout history, for thousands of years, men have built kingdoms.
Men have also built
empires. Women have not built empires or kingdoms, and you know why? Because once a month, when they get their little thingy thing, they want to kill everything.
God.
That's unacceptable.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Normally I know when my guests are talking shit or satire, but I do know you actually believe in what you're saying. So here's the thing, because you're bringing up men have built kingdoms and empires. You do realize men have colonized, killed, murdered, raped, oppressed people. To build those empires, a lot of people were wrongfully murdered, raped, slaughtered. Is building an empire really a good thing if you go in and slaughter all the people that were the original inhabitants?
It's a wonderful thing, because if women would have been making the decisions, we'd all be gone.
No chance that maybe women might actually live in harmony?
No, because they get emotional once a month, and they'll just be like, kill everything. I know, I went through a divorce. I know how this shit works.
Let me. I don't want to take it too far off topic, but this is on topic. I don't want to bring race into it, but I'm gonna bring police into it. Now, women are certainly smaller and weaker than the traditional man physically. But have you noticed that when you hear about these controversial police shootings, and there are thousands of women police officers operating all over the country, you notice there's always a man when it comes to you can count on one hand how many controversial police shootings have involved a woman, and you would assume that the woman, being smaller and weaker, might grab a weapon first because she needs it to defend herself. You're pointing out the men being the best in leadership. I want to submit to you that when you put them in a position of leadership, like being a police officer, they tend to do much worse than women. Why is that?
Tim, you have just solved a problem.
What did I solve?
You have just solved a problem. I think that police officers should not be men. They should all be women. They shouldn't be in politics. They shouldn't be running the world, because we do that better. But women would be better cops than we are.
Okay. So, but you do believe that men run the world. Let me ask you this now, J.D. Vance, because you mentioned women should be honored, and that sounds very similar to J.D. Vance suggesting that if a woman has children, she should get more power at the poll. You know, her children should count as votes, and she should get more voting power than a woman without children. Do you agree with that?
No, that I don't agree with. No,
Okay.
Absolutely not.
All right. Okay. So, but you do favor J.D. Vance. You think he was a good pick?
I think J.D. Vance was an excellent pick. I think that he keeps balance with Trump. And, yeah, man, I got his back, man. I like J.D. Vance. I didn't at first. I didn't at first, but I think the he's not a bad guy.
And the whole thing about women are suggesting that this guy is anti-woman or believes that, as you said, women should have their place. A lot of women believe the same thing about J.D. Vance. How do you convince women that he's a good choice?
You can't. We can't convince women that he's a good choice because they're not gonna reach that decision based on logic and objective data. They're gonna reach that logic based on subjective data and feelings. And there's a big difference. Right. There's a huge difference.
And I see in the comment, now normally this kind of super chat is coming from you, but apparently there's a clone of you on YouTube. Ed G says the kitchen is the woman's place. That almost sounds like you telling Andy to make a sandwich.
I didn't hire. I don't owe her a dime. Fuck that. I love you.
All right, Gen X, you definitely stunned my entire audience. As always a pleasure. I got to move it on.
Let me bring something else up, Tim.
Sure.
A lot of times you go to the Heritage Foundation, going with what Trump did. Do you know that the Heritage Foundation also helped frame Obamacare?
I've heard about that, but Obamacare goes back, 15 years or more? I mean, maybe they've changed.
Back to the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah,
the Heritage Foundations were the ones that framed it.
Yeah, I mean, the Democrats were going around waving the Confederate flag. If you go back far enough, I mean, anything could have happened back then. I mean, you're going back when Obama was pushing Obamacare. You're going back about 15 years or more now. So it's possible. They clearly are not doing that now, though. You don't look at the Heritage Foundation and think that they're pro-Obama anymore, pro-Democrat. So that was something back then.
Well, they're pro both. They're pro Democrat and pro conservative. It's a think tank, bro. It's a great big think tank that kind of tries to help both of the parties. Whatever.
Yeah, I think it's going to be I think it's going to be a hard sell to convince anybody in 2024 that the Heritage Foundation is pro-Democrat. I think that's going to be a tough one. You got to pull out more than Obamacare to make that work. Right now, with what people are looking at, they're not going to buy that. I got to move it on, though.
Hey, what about the Rogan versus Mayor? I think that'll be a great thing. Rogan versus Mayor as the moderators, because both will call bullshit on the sides they agree with.
I like it. Not only do I like it, I love it. If you could get them two to come up, and I think you probably could. I don't know if Trump in Kamala's camp would agree with it, but yeah, if you could get them two to come up, because listen, Trump works better with an audience because Trump does say a lot of things that are not true, like the election and all of that stuff, and saying that Biden has weaponized the DOJ. He can't prove that stuff. Even if it is true, he has no evidence of that. And Bill Maher would challenge him on. I think even Rogan would challenge him on that. He don't have any evidence of a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah.
All right, brother, I love you. You have a great fucking Saturday night, bro. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure, my friend.
Yeah.
And all you women out there, I'm always waiting for a sandwich.
Jesus Christ. I gotta go. Wow. All right. And that is indeed the one and only Gen X. Fuck around and find out. He is a friend of the program. This is what I mean, folks, when I say we don't block, ban, or censor anybody for their commentary. You're not going to hear opinions you always agree with. Some things you'll favor and you really think are great. Others you don't. That's how free speech works. We go from left to Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Now, by the way, if that's what you enjoy, civilized dialogue without people being blocked, banned, or censored, follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. That is how we do this. Debate moderators need to just let the candidates debate each other. Flinton 7, I was thinking that when he said that, because he said it in a reference of Joe Rogan versus Bill Maher. I agree with you. You should just let them debate each other. But I like putting them two even to be moderators because of their political leanings. We know that both of these men lean left and right respectively, but they don't lean way left or way right. I think Bill Maher will certainly point out idiocies on the left, even though he leans left, and Joe Rogan will certainly do that on the right. That's what we need. It's people that do not just defend their camp, and I think those two he suggested are like that. Going back to the box. Now, the fact checkers, I see in the comments, Furback317 said fact checkers. I don't know if you could fact check in real time, because then it becomes an issue of, Fox News, or if you got CNN, or if you got a left-leaning network, people are going to say you didn't fact check things that went against your candidate. I mean, if let's say it's on Fox News as Trump would like, do you really believe Fox News would accurately fact check Trump, knowing that after the debate, if they fact check the hell out of Trump, he's going to get on social media and tell everybody to stop watching Fox News? I mean, I wouldn't trust Fox News to fact check Trump. Now, they'll do the hell out of that to Kamala, but they're not going to, because you got members of Fox News that have stated that Trump won the 2020 election and the Department of Justice is being weaponized they're echoing the stuff he's saying. They're saying it too. So they're not going to fact check him, because they would also be fact checking half of their damn staff. So I don't believe that would happen. Looking in the comments, before we go back to the box, and tap the screen, we should be around 80,000. Why you guys are lazy thumbs tonight? Man, does the program suck that much? Yikes. Show your boy some love. Tap the screen. This is uncensored programming. You're not going to like every damn thing. I don't have any other way of describing that. You're going to hear opinions from all sides of the aisle, but I would ask that you tap the screen, get the likes up, certainly get up the smash the like button on YouTube as well. But on TikTok, it should have been around 80,000 by now. I feel hurt. I'm hurt. Let me go back to the box. All News is now exerting their Zionist side. I don't know what to do with that. Let me go back to the box real quick, continuing on with a little to the left, I think that says. Good evening. Welcome to the program. A little to the left. Good evening.
Tim, how you doing, my friend?
Doing good. Good to have you back on. So what concerns you most if your candidate of choice loses in November?
Well, it's only a theory, but I think that Trump is just a little too close to Putin. And it seems to me that he's going to get Zelensky's country no matter what. He's friends with the guy, so hey, I won't get in your way. You can just go do what you want. But then if Trump loses, well, it's the Democrats' fault, and now Putin's taken over. Wait. That's just my theory.
So, what side of the aisle who are you likely to vote for? Are you going to vote for either one of these people?
I'm voting Kamala all the way.
Okay. So you're concerned that if Trump wins, Putin is going to defeat the Ukraine and annex the country?
Yeah, I think Trump's just going to hand it over to him. Like, oh, I can end this war right now. Here you go. It's yours.
Yeah. I think most people probably would agree with you. I think that the only difference is the right believes it's not our place to be involved in it, or that Ukraine is corrupt anyway. So I think that everybody agrees with you that if Trump wins, Putin is pretty much going to have his say-so over the Ukraine. But do you believe what Trump says? Yeah. Maybe we should get out of overseas conflicts. No new wars, less involvement with some of these conflicts.
No, because we have treaties and things that we need to honor with these people. I mean, I know America's not the greatest at keeping our word, but we do have treaties with these people, and we
don't have a treaty. We don't have a treaty with the Ukraine, though.
Yes, we do. The Budapest.
We do. You're right. When they gave up their Soviet era nukes, we do have that. But we had a treaty with them.
We're the reason that they're vulnerable in the first place.
Yeah. But wasn't the treaty that we would not attack them? The treaty didn't involve us defending them, did it?
I can't say with absolute certainty on that one. I have not done enough research into that particular agreement to say yes or no on that.
Yeah, I believe the treaty was the United States, Russia, and Great Britain wanted them to get rid of their Soviet-era nukes. And if they did it, we promised we would not invade them. But I don't know if we promised we would defend them if they were invaded.
Well, looks like I got some homework.
Me too. So, but do you do agree we should continue giving them assistance weapon-wise against Russia?
Well, I mean, now you got me questioning all that, but that was my stance, yeah.
What about Netanyahu? Do you think we should still stand behind him? I mean, he seems to really want revenge up to the point where he's no longer really acting in self-defense. He's punishing people.
That's a really tough one right there, because they are our Middle East, connection. They're
Right.
our eyes over there. So if we turn our backs on them, we lose that. However, they are wiping out the Palestinians. So that's a really tough decision to make on that one.
Well, I mean, Kamala has to answer that question. We don't want her being referred to as Genocide Harris.
Right.
Yeah.
No, definitely not.
But
I mean, and she does have a Jewish husband as well, right?
Yeah. Well, according to Trump, I think Trump referred to him as a nasty Jew? It was something bad. He don't favor. I mean, even though her husband is Jewish, he called him something bad. I don't know what it was, but it was insulting.
Well, of course it was.
Yeah. So other than,
But can I speak a little bit on Kamala's foreign policy though?
Sure.
Okay. Well, according to the White House webpage, she has visited with over 160 world leaders as vice president. So to me, that means that she is used to talking with these people. So I don't really see a concern there with her being able to talk with other world leaders.
Well, Trump talked to Kim Jong-un. That don't mean you get nothing out of it. Did anything come out of it? Just having a conversation when it doesn't benefit the country, I don't know if that's really something to brag about. Did anything come out of her meeting with these people?
Well, from what I've heard, I've not done actual research on this, but what I've heard is that she has negotiated with Venezuela, and gotten some business opportunities going over there, so that they're not as many of them are migrating to our country, but staying there and working instead. So that's one thing.
Okay. So do you feel confident that Kamala could get the job done? Do you feel confident having her as president? You see, my last caller suggested that a woman, period, is not a good idea.
Oh my gosh. I'm from Gen X too, and I've listened to your program for a
So
long
am
time.
I. I'm Gen X as well.
Yeah. I thought our boy there was coming around a little bit, like, oh, okay, I actually respect what he's saying there. But man, as soon as he starts talking about women, it's like, come on, dude, really?
Well, he's not alone, though. I mean, because he favors J.D. Vance. Now, a lot of women believe J.D. Vance is along that same line as well.
Well, I'm not in agreement with that at all. And
What about now? I had speaking of females, I had a female on the program earlier, Andy, that suggested that what she fears, now she's voting for Kamala as well, but she fears that if Trump wins, the Heritage Foundation, along with the likes of J.D. Vance, may pull a 25th Amendment, get Trump out of the office and replace him with J.D. Vance. You see any possibility of that happening?
I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I don't know how likely it is. But I also listened to his rally in Georgia, that just happened, and man, he was in the middle of his speech there, like he was just doing a run-on sentence of like one topic after another, and you couldn't tell where one stopped and the other one began. After a while, it was like, what is this guy even talking about?
Wow.
Lost me.
Did you see when he brought the black girl on stage and said she kissed him and he thought he wasn't going to go home to the first lady for a minute? It was kind of funny.
Is that the girl from Chick-fil-A?
I don't know. Because she claims he saved her. Yeah, she claimed he saved her college or something like that, giving money to the HBCUs.
Yeah, I was joking there. I don't know. I do know that he had some kind of a paid person when he went into Chick-fil-A, and
Yeah,
you know,
I heard
they
about
were
that.
posing as an employee, and I don't know. It felt like the same kind of energy to me.
I did hear about that. So,
I think he was really trying to pander to the black community on this particular rally, because he pointed out 2 black men that were in his audience, and then he had her come up. So, I think that was just a pandering kind of thing.
Well, there were a lot of blacks behind Trump in that rally, far more than usual. You think he may get this? You think he may secure more of the black vote this time?
I don't know. I mean, not from the circles that I've gone around in the TikTok lives, but I tend to stay away from the more right leaning because I don't agree with them. But I've seen a lot of black women that are supporting Kamala.
Yeah.
I think I will say that I do see some black men that are supporting Trump though too. So it's hard to say.
Yeah, I was going to say that if when it comes to minorities leaning towards Trump, it's overwhelmingly men. Yeah, you don't see many women supporting Trump. Yeah. Black women, black and Hispanic women, it's certainly mostly men. But I got to move it on out to the left, a little to the left. So you think Kamala's going to pull it out though?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch you there. What was that?
Real quick, do you think Kamala is likely to pull it off?
Well, she's got the momentum going, like other people have said, and then I'm just hoping that she can keep it going.
All right, we'll see what happens. Appreciate you coming through.
Thanks, buddy.
Anytime. All right, look at in the comments. Black men want another stimulus check. You're not gonna get that from Trump, Cosmo. That's not gonna happen. Just stating facts fails a MAGA contest. Oh my God. Kamala Harris is fungus. What the hell? Where's that coming from? Joe Biden embraced the mockery of biological women, kept the borders open, and got innocents killed. Embraced perversion into our culture and institutions. As a result, Damien is saying Trump 2024. Let's tackle a bit of that before I move it on with the program. Joe Biden embraced a mockery of biological women. I assume that's a dig against the transgender community because they're women, but they're not biological. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Kept the borders open and got innocents killed. The border's not open. It's not Trump secure, because Trump, I do believe by far, I'm not even going to mince words, Trump would be way better at securing the border than Biden. And I say that because I believe Trump would be willing to break the law to secure the border. He really hates folks crossing that border down there, down south. I don't think he likes them coming in illegally or legally. I do believe Trump would be better at securing the border because, as I said, he would be willing. I mean, there's rumors he's already talked about building a moat and putting dangerous wildlife in the moat so that crossing the Rio Grande can result in you being bitten or eaten by dangerous animals. There's rumors. I'm saying rumors because he didn't get on stage at a rally and say this shit. But he didn't deny it either. There are rumors he talked about, potentially shooting folks that came into the country illegal. So I do believe that Trump would be far greater at securing the border. Obviously, he talked about a total and complete ban on all Muslims entering the country that got shot down by the Supreme Court. That was another one he was going to do that was illegal. And last but not least, he wanted to impose a minimum 5-year prison sentence on anybody caught entering the country. So there's no denying that Trump would be better at securing the border because he is really taking us to a draconian level, like, think Berlin Wall or something like that, or North Korea or something like that. I mean, he wants it so that if you enter illegally, you could lose your life for doing so. He really wants a tough punishment. So, but the border's not open. The border's not open under Biden. It's just not secure anywhere near to that level that Trump would do it. Embraced perversion into our culture and institutions. Once again, that's another dig at the transgender and LGBT community. We say perversions into our culture. That's the idea that somehow the LGBT community is, after children. Here's one of the things I don't understand. Before I go back to the box, something I don't understand, particularly this statement is aimed at the right. Tap the screen. 700 plus. We could probably make 100,000. There's plenty of you folks in here. Show your boys some love. Just go ahead and tap the screen. Helps out the algorithm. Brings in more MAGA. You know how I always have to solicit that. It brings in MAGA. Program is MAGA friendly. Same on YouTube. Smash that like button. The FYP is directed at MAGA, but liberals are welcome as well. Here's what I don't understand. The right overwhelmingly suggests, Nate, thank you. The right often suggests that, whether it's the LGBT community or the transgender community, I don't want them going in bathrooms and all of this stuff. They're out to get our children. Yet the right is, evangelical, pro-church, Catholic, Lutheran, Mormon. The right is pro-Christianity, period. The Christian religion, predominantly the Mormon and Catholic churches, have a documented history, and I'm talking like probably a century long, a documented history of abusing children. Undeniable history of abusing children. Yet the right favors those churches and believe it is the LGBT community with little to no history of abusing children at all as the ones that are harmful. I don't understand that. If you were about saving children from abuse, you should not want your children near any Catholic, Mormon, probably Lutheran. You don't want them near any church. The churches have a documented history, as I just stated, that's about a century long of actually just abusing the hell out of children. Yet if you listen to the right, it's the LGBT community, particularly trans, that are the most dangerous. Yet the documentation of transgender folks, it's not even a fraction. It's minuscule. It's not even a fraction of what the Catholic Church alone has done. That makes no sense to me. Keep your kids away from the transgender and send them to church. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. But perhaps that's me. Looking in the comments, I am sickened by the amount. Now, I don't get it. There's no logic to it. Almost everyone that comes out screaming that gets sued by their own messages, and almost everyone that comes out screaming that gets outed by their own messages in social media. I don't quite get that one. Let me go back to the box. Appreciate you folks that have tapped the screen. Almost 100,000. The thumbs got a little bit lazy towards the end, but thank you folks that aren't tapping the screen. Moving on with the program, I'll go to one of my subscribers, Elliot M. Good evening, Elliot. Welcome to the program. No taps, Tim. Not a coat. I see you out there. I see you. Yeah. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Don't know what happened with the box. We'll give it a moment. We may have to reset the box. The last guest didn't come in. The abuse has been going on for more than centuries. Wow. Yeah, it probably has when you take in consideration the Catholic Church and their actions overseas, particularly in Europe. Yeah, it probably has been going on longer than that. But we know at least a century. So for the right to be, pro-evangelical, pro-Christian, and anti-LGBT, that really does appear to be backwards. That really does appear to be that way, in my opinion. YouTube has serious censorship BS going on. State how that's happening. I'm aware that a lot of censorship happens on TikTok, but on YouTube, let me know what's being, certainly in regards to this program, let me know what you're referring to. Trump only lies a little bit. Well, I don't know what that means, Cosmo. I don't know what that means. Give the left the kids so they can change their gender. Ridiculous. How about changing their sphincter? How about that? You're talking about the left wants to change children's gender. How about changing and rearranging their entire colon? What are you talking about? I'm going to point that out. You're talking about we don't want the LGBT community near our children, but send them to church. How about rearranging their entire anus? Think about what you're saying. Just want to point that out. Think about what you're saying. Looking in the comments, all politicians are trained to lie. Lying is trained to lie. Lying is always war. I don't quite get your comment. Let me go back to the box. Oh my God, not getting rearranged. Well, I'm just telling you. I mean, it's graphic, but we know what was happening. I mean, you're talking about a grown man and a little boy. There's only one way that can happen. There's only one thing that can be being done. We don't need to explain it in detail, but we know what was happening. The same thing that folks are suggesting that will happen if you let a biologically born male identified as a woman go into a bathroom. Something that you don't have a lot of actual cases of taking place. You do have a substantial amount of them in regards to the churches. Just want to point that out. What in the 10 Commandments do you consider bad for children? Oh, wow. Because the 10 Commandments is forcibly being placed on the walls. It's in schools. They have to prominently display the 10 Commandments. So you're asking, well, what's so bad about that? Well, first of all, I think the first commandment is thou shalt have no other God before me. That's not morality, because everybody, well, ain't nothing wrong with teaching kids about religion or the Bible. It helps them, it's not. If you're telling kids which God is better than the other one, so the Muslim kids go to school, no, on the wall you see it says God. It doesn't say Allah. Your God is a fake God. That's what's bad about the 10 Commandments. Is now it's given a hierarchy to Christianity, regardless if the kids are Christians or not. Also, it talks about thou shalt not commit adultery. If you want to suggest children have no need to be taught sexuality in schools, then why the hell are you telling them not to commit acts of adultery? He's in 3rd grade. He don't need to be told not to cheat on his damn wife. He's like 7. So I want to point this one more, just want to show you the hypocrisy in it. The 10 Commandments does have parts of it that, in my opinion, you should probably already know. Thou shalt not commit murder. Do you really need to have that on the bulletin board? Really? Somebody got to tell your ass not to go kill people? I was about to murder you, I swear to God, if it wasn't for what they had on the board there. Who the hell thinks like that? So now, I don't believe the 10 Commandments is necessary. I think it is pro-Christianity and the Christians love it. If you take the Quran, I'm sure we all know what the Quran is, following the teachings of Allah. They actually have the same teachings. I bet you the Christianity, the right Christians wouldn't want that up there. Same thing. They teach those same statements. They just do it under the teachings of Allah. But they do the same thing. Going back to the box. I don't know. I'm having some problems with the box this evening. Danny, good evening. Welcome to the program. Muhammad got down and dirty with a 9-year-old. Yikes. Let me see if the box. I never heard that before, but damn, that's awful. Thou shalt not be gay isn't a 10 Commandment. No, it's not. But it is in the Bible. They talk about what, Sodom and Gomorrah or something like that. Same-sex is, I do believe it's considered a sin by the way of the Bible. But, I mean, shit, if we went by what was considered a sin in the Bible, everybody would be going to hell, right? I mean, we all lie. A lot of people commit adultery. I mean, we're voting for Trump. How many acts of adultery has he committed? So if we're going to point out what's a sin, are we giving a hierarchy to what sins you're okay with and which ones you're not? Even joking around, suggesting that you want to grab women by their private parts, I'm assuming the Bible probably doesn't favor that. I'm assuming that the Bible probably would not favor you doing that, even in the form of locker room talk. So it is what it is. We pick and choose what we like and what we don't. Damien, pontification and saying absolutely nothing is still using. George Carlin said he wanted to go to hell because it shouldn't be anybody there. I think most people will be there. I often bring up, I don't know what's happening with the box, so we'll try again with another guest, but real quick, I often suggest one of the reasons why I've kind of strayed away from Christianity is because there are too many people that think they can go to heaven, and I'm like, if you can do all that and go to heaven, then I don't know if I want to be there. I mean, I'm to assume, because let's say during the era of slavery and Jim Crow, America was a much more religious country than it is now. I gotta assume the entire Confederate South believes they were going to heaven, right? Do I want to go to heaven and hang out with Stonewall Jackson and General Lee and all of those folks and Sam Houston? No. Hell, I'd rather go to hell. If they could do all of that and they going to heaven, then why do I want to go there? So, and by the way, they're reading from the same Bible the kids are today. The one we're telling kids, you need to read from this because it'll make you do what's morally right. They were reading from it too. The Bible hasn't changed. They read from the same book. Slave owners, all of them, reading from the same book that we're now telling children, if you read from this, you'll be a better human being. It didn't work for them. So just want to point that. And they were grown men, and it didn't work for them. Looking in the comments, my ancestors love me more than these Christians. Well, like I said, Christianity can be interesting. Let's try one more guest here. I don't know. The box is just broken today. The point of the point, hang on a second. The point of the 10 Commandments is to show you that you can't get to heaven on your own and you need Jesus to save you. That's the point. Well, but if you don't worship Jesus and you worship Allah, the 10 Commandments is also suggesting that you can't get to heaven. So children that are not Christian could feel ostracized going to schools that are telling folks this. This is the problem. The HR Gator, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how are you tonight?
I'm doing good. Good to have you back on. Appreciate you holding. So, if your candidate of choice loses, what's your biggest concern?
Every single thing.
Damn.
Every single thing. I'm nervous as a damn cat. I'm not interested. This is just, it's overwhelming. You know, it's too many things to count.
You got to give me something.
First and foremost, you know, like I've said before, I can't care about any of this other stuff everybody wants me to care about. You got to get out of my pants first, get out of my vagina, get out of my business.
Oh, so shit. Hang on a second. I just turned off my car and the lights went out. Okay, so.
Dark now. You got to like do.
Yeah, give me a second. I was trying to. I turned off the damn car. Okay, give me a second. I turned off the car, not realizing that the auxiliary jack is hooked up to the lights. My other vehicle didn't used to have it that way. I could turn off the car.
Oh, yeah, because you got a new car, didn't you?
Yeah, and the lights go off with it. That sucks. I got to rewire this shit. And I can't. I mean, the whole setup fell off everything. Okay, so give me a second.
Yeah,
all right, there we go. Wow.
Let there be light. Let there be light, Tim. Let there be light.
I gotta wire things
so
up
my
better.
first concern,
Go ahead.
You're fine. My first concern, as I've said, we gotta you gotta quit messing with my rights first. Like, period. This has been established for a long time. I understand it was not done correctly, which is why we're in this predicament.
But how do you respond to folks who keep suggesting that women are not losing any rights? It's just going back to the states.
Okay, if it went back to the states, then when do I get to go vote on that? You mean it went back to some old crusty man at the top that got to make the decision for me? It didn't go back to a state. It went back to a governor.
Yeah, that's an excellent.
It did not go back to the states. Why didn't I get to go to the ballot box?
Yeah.
See, if you're going to give stuff back to the states, then you're giving it back to the people to vote on. So when did this bill come up? Hey, does your state want to allow this? Or what do your people in your demographic want? That never happened.
I think that is I think that is literally the best response to to folks who say it's not taking away women's rights, it's giving it back to the states. I think that's the best response to that I've ever heard. You're right. We didn't get a vote on it. You just gave it to a different government.
Yeah, you just gave it to a dude who was elected, but not everybody chose that person.
Yeah.
And you can have a governor sitting there, but how often do you have bills and amendments and different legislation you put through, and what do we all do? We go in the middle of the year, on a Tuesday, on a Thursday, we get our little sticker, it says I voted. When the hell did I get to vote on this?
Yeah. Well, then I got to give you... I want to give you a response to what we're discussing here. Now, this might be a bit controversial, but like I said, I don't block, ban, or censor. LM3II, I guess. I don't know if that's Roman numeral or not, but he says, don't reproduce then if you're going to kill it. How do you respond to folks who might say, look, if you don't want, this stuff to affect you, some folks will say something as controversial as keep your legs closed. That's what a lot of pro-life people are saying.
Well, I'm really sorry that person has absolutely no medical knowledge whatsoever in their whole entire life to understand that abortion is a very broad term and doesn't just stand for girls who decided they didn't want to have a baby and they wanted to go get rid of it. That is the lowest number of abortion statistics there are. Most of them are medical. There's a medical reason, either for the mother or the child. My problem is, since it did not get to go to the people and some dude just made a decision, we have blanket stuff now. So there are women that are carrying around fetuses that are deceased because doctors are unwilling to perform DNCs and things like that. A DNC is a form of abortion. You have to remove the deceased fetus. What does that cause in women? Sepsis. It can kill you. There's a multitude of things that can happen. Ectopic pregnancies can kill you. All of these different medical issues that would facilitate the need for that. Why is a man not in medical ever telling me what me and my doctor need to decide to do for me and my child? I have no idea how the government got involved in my office visit. I have no idea. You're tracking my periods. You're tracking my information. You want to make lists of our birth control, who's on birth control, who goes to the doctor when. Tell me why. Why are they tracking that? For what? It's not for your damn statistics. You get a list every year of how many babies were born in what day. We're not stupid. The Social Security office can pull up all your new Social Security cards issued. You don't need to track my personal information.
Yeah.
Why are you in that doctor's office with me?
Yeah,
Why are you there with the light?
If I had to speculate, my guess is for women, because as folks say, it's just in the hands of the states right now. And if you want to have an abortion and you can afford it, you can go elsewhere. If they are tracking things on you, they can also keep track of somebody who used to be pregnant and they no longer and they never produced a child. So let's say they track you in Missouri. Went to the doctor and the doctor's been required to tell the government that this person is confirmed pregnant. And in 9 months, no child pops up. They can assume you left the state and aborted the kid. They want to know.
Absolutely. Yeah. And they're already tracking that. And they're already trying to prosecute from out-of-state people. I live in South Texas. LOL on the border crap, they keep saying. I haven't seen a wave of illegals running around anywhere. Like, it's just not freaking true. But whatever, that's separate. But, in Texas, I could be persecuted for going to a different state if I needed something. I'm 41 years old. I have 2 grown children and a husband with a vasectomy. Guess what? If one slipped through the cracks, I'm real upset. Does that mean that I would have an abortion? No, probably not. But if there was something wrong with that child that could kill me, or that baby is not viable, because I'm old. I'm 41 years old. I'm considered a geriatric pregnancy in the medical world. All of my risks go up, not just for myself, but for that child. I have increased risks of every kind of genetic abnormality. There comes along with that. So I did the responsible thing. I got married first. I had 2 children. My husband had a vasectomy several years later. My children are almost 21 and 17. I've done this. I've done everything I'm supposed to do. I was on birth control when I was supposed to be. I practiced abstinence when I was supposed to do that. I've done everything right. Haven't gotten pregnant in 15 years. But guess what? Science is science. If one slipped through, listen, you'd hear me crying from your damn car. I promise you that. I'm out. Okay, I'm out. Yeah. But would I go get an abortion? Well, no, that's not my beliefs to use it as a form of birth control. But I'll be damned if you're going to get in my way to save my life, to save for my children here, or to save, or to help facilitate. I don't want, if they told me that I was going to have a baby with severe, I'm talking severe abnormalities, a life of struggle and strife, who's going to help me then? Yeah. You don't want to help me then. Everybody keeps saying, why are we sending money to Ukraine? We should be helping here. Guess what? When we have the money, we ain't spending it damn here. Don't tell me y'all want to cut every social program. You want them to pump out babies, and then you don't want them to help afterwards. So if I had a baby and it needed all kinds of medical assistance for the rest of its life, because you would not allow me to abort it, so it's on a feeding tube, a ventilator, a this, a that, forever and ever, clinging to death, in and out of the hospital. Who's going to help me pay for that?
Yeah. There's no denying that the right wants you to be. They want you to be sexually responsible, but if you're irresponsible, you're right. They're not going to come up with a bunch of social programs to help you out with that child. So
well, no, they actively want to cut social programs,
right?
Because then they think people mooch. Well, it's like, okay, well then you're forcing people into doing something. So, and then you have rape, then you have incest, then you have those people who had nothing to do with being sexually responsible. You have creepy dads sneaking into girls' bedrooms at night and raping their daughters. You have kids going to church camp and getting raped, as we've talked about, and coming home and having to go straight to the ER and get rape kits done and have everything done with DCS. Ask me how I know what that happens. Those kids were not being sexually irresponsible.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, Ed G, in controversial input, but Ed G on YouTube says, when do men get to vote to make women first in the draft? Now, he's suggesting that if women get the right to, terminate a child or whatever the case may be, it's unfair to men because men don't get a say-so in some of these things.
Well, you know what? When the statistics start coming up that men are always sticking around for these things and financially supporting, and we're not having to terminate rights and go after child support and do all this and put baby daddies in jail everywhere, then maybe that would be a more legitimate argument. But right now, we do not have the stability in those numbers. That's also not a fair fight because right now you get to volunteer to go serve for your country. You register for the draft, but you are not required to go. If it comes to that and you're required to go, you're required to go. I do not see at all what that has to do with my medical care. Because guess what? If I went right now, or my daughter, my 17-year-old daughter, she goes and snaps a knee right now. That kneecap's out of place forever, right? Well, she's no longer eligible for your draft, sir. So now let's go back and talk about her medical.
All right. So now Gen X also, once again, another controversial comment.
I know Gen X. Hey, it's fine, Gen X. It's fine.
Gen X says bullshit. 95+% of abortions are birth control. In other words, it ain't about somebody's life or none of that.
Statistic, cite your source. I've been in the medical field for over 20 years. Don't play with me in that number. That's wow. 95%. I don't even know.
Well, let me jump in on this.
I don't even know 5 women in my life. I do not even know 5 personal women in my life. Now, let me clarify and say that may be because of who I surround myself with. Let's go ahead and say that. I do not have even 5 women in my life personally that have had, and we've had lengthy discussions, obviously, because we're in this, right? This is the honesty circle.
Okay.
Like, I have the yesers, the knowers, that they've never had for funsies birth control abortion. Most of these women know that also going and getting an abortion, that can harm you irreparably forever. If something happens while you're having that done, you can be going in to have a medically necessary DNC to save you or your baby's life, or not your baby's life, obviously, if it's a DNC, you know what I'm saying? You can still have irreparable damage and become infertile from that.
But here, let me go ahead and respond, because even though I lean left, I tend to have, I was thinking that what he was saying was true. I do want to be corrected on this. So I'm going to ask you, is it not true that the average woman that does have an abortion, it has nothing to do with the health of the baby or the health of her, or she hasn't been sexually assaulted? Most abortions, in my opinion, I thought, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought most abortions in this country were performed on women that just decided, maybe for financial or career reasons, they were not ready to have a kid.
The problem is, it's kind of like when I said, when they came out, the first person's mouth that it came out of that said, defund the police. You fucked it up. You should have said reallocate funds, right? To mental health, to this and that. It would have changed everything. Unfortunately, abortion is a medical term that is used across the whole landscape. So if you have to go have a fetus, an embryo, or whatever, removed, because it is no longer viable, or it is going to physically harm you, kill you, whatever, that is still called an abortion. It's the medical term for it. So what people have done is the same thing. They run rampant. They're like, everybody's having abortions. Look at the abortion rate. Okay, well, I wish in my perfect world, they would have said, like, this is just called a DNC, or this is called a medical something. But they didn't.
But just to be clear, so most abortions are not a woman that got pregnant through, consensual sex, and nobody was forced, and just decided maybe she's breaking up with the boyfriend, she can't afford it right now, or it interferes with her career. Most abortions ain't about that.
Most, no. But I will say, I will caveat that. The majority of women are not going out for funsies. But I will tell you, almost 100% of the mistresses from men that are paying for those abortions are having those abortions to get rid of a child.
Well, the man can only give her the money. He can't force her to do it. If she takes the money and does it.
But I'm saying, let's look at statistically what situation are the women in. That's an interesting statistic to me too. What number of these women are in long-term relationships, this and that, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, most of them are not. And I see in the comments, Ed G is saying you were forced to be a whore. Wow, Ed G? He said, God, you were forced to be a whore. He's asking with a question mark at the end, are you being forced to be a whore? In other words, women, it's a horrible comment.
And that's the thing. It always goes to, it's always our fault. Not these guys slinging dicks everywhere and just putting it in 7 women a night, acting a damn fool on 6th Street or Bourbon Street or damn wherever they want to. They can go do whatever they want. But a woman gets there. It happens to her. She has to make these decisions. But they going to sit back and go, quit spreading your legs, whore. Well, you weren't saying that when you were putting it in.
Damn.
You damn hypocrite.
Damn. All right.
So, can be a whore. Everybody can be whores. Whores 2024. Have a good time. Be safe. Like, shit. Get out of everybody's bedroom.
Did you say whore 2024?
Yeah, whores for 2024. Let's go. Who cares?
Okay.
I've been with my husband for 25 years. 25 years. And he has a whore for 2024. So y'all just need to get out of it. Not you. You know, everybody needs to get out of everybody's bedroom, out of everybody's pants, out of everybody's business. Let's focus on real shit. Because what somebody's doing in their bedroom at night, it does not affect you the next morning when you wake up. You're still waking up, letting the dog out, making a pot of coffee, getting dressed for work and going. Didn't affect you a bit, but you're going to waste time bitching about it.
Well said. I got to move it on HR. Man, that's some powerful stuff. Horrors for 2024. Almost sounds sexy almost. All right. I won't forget that one ever. Thank you for coming through.
Bye, Tim.
Wow. Horrors for 2024. Girl, powerful stuff. Thank you, folks that are tapping the screen. We might be able to get up to 130,000. Still got almost 700 of you in here. So thank you for tuning in on this late Saturday evening broadcast. It doesn't concern us, then why are you voting on, wait a minute, if it doesn't concern us, then why are you voting on procreation? Mr. D, I don't quite get that. Mr. D, yes, women president 2024. She wears less makeup than the orange man. You guys are having your own little battle in there. Why white people calling Kamala a side chick if they say stay out of people's bedrooms? I think everybody is for small government until the government does something they favor, particularly on the right. You hear the right always saying, I don't want government telling me what to do and all that. But the minute the government is talking about banning abortion or forcing kids to read the Bible, suddenly big government sounds great. So I think, folks, it's just like with free speech. Everybody suggests they are in favor of free speech until somebody says some shit they don't want to hear. Then all of a sudden they're no longer in favor of free speech. Here we try to do just the opposite. We do believe in letting everybody speak regardless of your opinion. I get people who are critical of even me all the time. I don't block, ban, or censor anybody. And if you enjoy that type of a conversation, follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. We're all about free speech here. We've been that way since day one. Kamala was Willie Brown's side chick. You know, and I'm pretty sure that there's some validity. They did have an affair. I don't know how long they were together, but Kamala Harris actually, she absolutely did, have an affair with Willie Brown. But here's what I don't get. Her opponent is Trump. I mean, we're really going to go after Kamala Harris for infidelity or sexual immorality when the other guy is Trump? Now, if she was running against Mike Pence, it's an argument to be made all damn day long. But you ever heard of the phrase, kettle calling a pot black or however they help? Really? You're going to bring up her indiscretions when the other guy is Trump? Now, this does open the door for a lot of women to point to almost like my last guest was saying. You're criticizing women, calling them a whore or whatever the case may be, but then when a man does it, you don't treat him the same. Because Trump obviously was having affairs all over the damn place. I don't think he denies all of them. I mean, Trump has had like 4 different wives. I don't think he denies that he had at least some. He denies being involved with Stormy Daniels, but I don't think he denies all of them. We're bringing up Kamala with Willie Harris or whatever the name is, Willie Brown, rather, whatever his name was. How many decades ago did that happen? But we're going to overlook. Trump. When Trump says, grab him by the what, he's been married most of his adult life. So my guess is, and I'm going to say I don't know for certain before I continue this statement, but my guess is if you look at the date where he was talking about grabbing women by the what, he was probably married at that time. He probably had an actual wife when he was bragging about doing that. So we're going to really talk about Kamala Harris' sexual indiscretions when the competition is Trump. That makes no sense to me at all, other than I want to hold Kamala accountable, but I'm going to forgive or overlook Trump. Maybe because she's a woman and he's a man. I don't know, whatever the case may be, but Kamala ain't done nothing that's any worse than Trump in that area. Trump was well known at the Playboy Mansion. I'm not even going to bring up Epstein, whether or not he did it, but we know he was hanging around Hugh Hefner at the Playboy Mansion. So yeah, the idea you're going to bring up Kamala's indiscretions when the opponent is Trump, that makes no sense to me. Gen X says, yes, you go after the other when it's Stormy. Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Stormy is one person, or better yet, Willie Brown is one person. There's a lot of people in regards to Trump. There's a lot of people. There's not allegations that Kamala was with a bunch of different men. I think Trump kind of admitted a few of them, has he not? I don't understand it. Willie Brown wasn't with his wife at the time. All right, I'm not. Look, it happened decades ago. I don't see where it has relevance now. Now, some folks would suggest, well, Kamala would not have her place if it wasn't for Willie Brown, like he somehow promoted her. Thank you, JP Farms. Appreciate the support. Haven't seen a lot of that on TikTok, so thank you folks that are showing the program some love, the few of you that are. But in regards to Kamala Harris, she had electable positions, by the way. Thank you, Jay Campbell, for the road. She had electable positions, Miss Jamie. She was Attorney General. She was District Attorney, I believe, first. Then she was Attorney General. Then she was the Attorney General of San Francisco. Then she became Senator, Vice President, and now she's going for the nation's highest office. Now, you can't sleep your way in those positions. Those are electable positions. You can't get all of those jobs by having an affair. And by the way, she held those positions for years. So even if you were able to sleep your way into a position like that, you got to do a decent job to be able to keep it. So clearly she was able to, because she's continuing to climb up the ladder. So I think that the idea that she unless she was just really fucking awesome in bed, that doesn't make sense. Let me go back to the box. What is the government doing for your community, sir? Well, D. Woot, what is the government doing for my community? I don't think I could come up with anything that the government is doing for my community specifically, and even less now that, let's say, for instance, under the Trump Supreme Court, they've gotten rid of affirmative action. Affirmative action was something that was specifically helping women and minorities and things like that. But let's be clear, because this is something you hear on Obama, in reference to Obama as well. You didn't do anything for black people and all of this. And I bring this up every time it comes up, that if you got a president in there, particularly someone like Obama, and he started doing things for black people, as you say, what did he do for your community? What will people say? We didn't elect the president of black people. Or Obama didn't do nothing for Chicago. We didn't elect the president of Chicago. That would be racist, sir. So when you ask, well, what is the community doing for what is the government doing for my community? Any government official, any politician that does things specifically for my community is going to be met with chance that that person is a racist. Why are you only doing things for the black community? That's what people are going to say. We didn't elect you as mayor, governor, senator, congressperson, president. We didn't elect you to just do for black people. Now, Trump is able to get away with it because most black people don't agree with what he's saying anyway. But if you had Obama up there saying I did more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln, they would be calling him a racist for doing that. Trump can get away with it, like I said, because the blacks are not really buying it anyway. But yeah, you can't get in office and start doing things for a specific community, because the communities that are not being represented are going to stand up and complain about it. Now you notice Trump stating he'd done more for blacks than any president since Abraham Lincoln. You don't see a lot of complaining coming from the white population. Probably because they don't really believe that either. But if he was doing all of this stuff for African Americans, actually was really doing it, people will be bitching about that. What have you done for us? As Janet Jackson might have sang. What have you done for me lately? So yeah, I don't. There's no answer to that. What is the government doing for your community? That's not their job. Is to do something specifically for my community. Fix the economy, lower inflation. I would like for that. Protect us from pandemics and viral diseases. But you don't do it for one specific community. You do it for all of Americans. That's who voted for you, all of America, not one community. Looking in the comments, though, in the $25,000 special health care account, entitled you to free health care, my man. You're telling me that if I'm a minority, I can get free health care no matter how much money I don't know if that's true. Now, if I'm African American, and let's say, for instance, I'm well off or upper middle class or something of that nature. Now, I'm not, but let's say, for instance, I am. You're going to tell me it still gives me free health care, and somebody, let's say a white person that's struggling to get by it, does not give them. I don't think that's in there. I don't believe that. If I'm wrong, show me where. Going back to the box, if the box comes up, there we go. We'll go to Shay. Good evening, Shay. Welcome to the program. What is your biggest concern if your candidate of choice loses in November? That's what we're asking in there. Real quick on the super chat. Archie Goodson, hang on a second, Shay. Archie Goodson, appreciate the super chat. Thank you for your generosity. It says, good, honest work, Gov. The WEFT had us belly up, full spectrum, full humanity. I don't quite get what you're saying there, Archie, but thank you for the generosity. You said, good, honest work. Appreciate that. Gov, the WEFT had us belly up, full spectrum, free humanity. I don't quite get the rest of that. Shay, good evening. I tried. When you got me looking through the glasses, I'm trying.
I feel like that was either Donald Trump talking to you or Elmer Fudd. I don't know which one it was.
Yeah, WEFT. It said the WEFT. I don't. Yeah, it is an Elmer Fudd type word. I didn't know what that meant.
Elmer Fudd happening. I don't know. And lay off the sauce, my friend. Lay off the sauce. I don't know what happened there. Yeah. But how you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to have you back. I ain't talked to you in a minute.
I know it's been a minute. What's your question, my friend?
What concerns you most if your candidate of choice loses in November?
Ooh, that's a loaded question.
Yeah, but that's one we all looking down the barrel of. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, there's a real chance your candidate could lose.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we have a better chance of winning with Kamala.
So you do believe it was a good idea? Because I also asked that question in the beginning. Did the Democrats do the right thing, switching from Biden to Kamala, or should they have kept Biden in?
No, I think they did the right thing. And listen, I voted for Joe. I still would have voted for Joe. But I think, honestly, we can look at it and say we've had our concerns about Joe. But the thing that I did not concern myself with is his overturning of the Constitution, right? His overturning of people's rights, his attack on minorities.
You said Trump you said the overturning of the Constitution. I want you, because I don't know about that. I want you to elaborate. But hang on one second. On the YouTube side, Red says this is pointless. This YouTuber is scared to read comments that refute his BS narrative. Well, congratulations, your comment just was read. And real quick, nothing wrong with Trump 2024, but BTW video games, don't type it over and over again. I'm trying not to block you. So you said that Trump overturned the Constitution. Am I hearing you correct?
Well, he said that he would.
Yeah.
He said that he would overturn parts of the Constitution, right? The laws or the parts of the Constitution he didn't agree with is what he said.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't do that. And in today's rally in Georgia, he literally thanked Vladimir Putin.
I heard that. I heard when he said that.
I mean, I understand you don't like Biden because he beat you, but you do realize that you thanked the dictator of Russia for releasing our Americans.
Yeah.
You didn't thank the president of the United States. I mean, guys.
Yeah, it's interesting you said, because I did that in a video, I think it was yesterday, because, when Biden was on television, getting those folks released or bragging about it or whatever the case may be, Trump took to social media and was talking about it was a bad trick, very similar to Brittany Griner, where you point out, and I actually told folks when it was happening, I think I was doing a live, I told them when it was happening, I said, I can guarantee you one thing, if you go to the right, as opposed to celebrating the freedom of these folks, they're going to point out how bad the individuals were that we gave up to get them back, because that's the job, is to point out the negatives, not the positives. And Trump went and done exactly that, which I did the video and asked, is Trump even happy they came home? Because he's never said anything like welcome home, it was wrong, it was a witch hunt or anything like that for them folks being taken into custody and spent. Wheeling was over there for several years. Trump never welcomed any of them home.
Never. And that's a problem. I mean, Wheeling was captured under his presidency. He was there for 6 years.
Yeah. Now, how do you respond to folks like Ed G on YouTube is saying because it was a bad trade on our end?
You know what? When you're dealing with hostage exchanges, it's not a good deal regardless. Yeah. You're going to have to give up what you don't want to give up. But the thing with this hostage deal that makes it really separated, we got 24 back. Not just in our country, but in, I think, 6 or 7 other countries.
Wow. And one of the things I will say also was this, like Wheeling was taking over some bullshit. They just made him out to be a general or some kind of spy. They made up charges against him. When folks say that it's a bad trade to get him, if they make up something to take one of our guys, there is not going to be a good trade, because our guy is somebody who is being taken wrongfully, and anybody we give back, we assume we took them rightfully. So there's no way to get Wheeling back without a bad trade. He didn't do anything. So any trade is going to be a bad trade.
100%. And people asked Biden that, and I thought his response was really good. They said, how do we prevent this from going forward where they're just going to capture Americans to release their really awful terrorists, right? Yeah. And he's like, the only thing I can do is to tell our Americans to not go into these countries. Yeah. That's the only thing I can do. At the end of the day, I have to make an awful trade.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, he didn't do it by himself. There were several countries. This has taken months upon months, right? Because there were some people from Germany that Germans had that they didn't want to release. I mean, there was a lot. There was a lot of moving parts to this deal. We only got 4 Americans back, and we still have more over there. So there's more work to be done.
Yeah, but I just the whole bad trade thing makes no sense to me. I mean, if they pick up one of our people for some type of bullshit excuse they made up. How can you have a trade that's good? We don't pick people up for stuff that is that mundane. If we take somebody into custody, they've done something serious. So if you're trying to find somebody that's an equal trade for wheeling, you'll never find one because we don't grab anybody for something that low. So every trade for this guy is going to be a bad trade.
That part, which is why Russia does what it does. So we have to do this whether we want to or not. Bottom line is, Joe Biden brought home Americans. And you should thank him for that.
Yeah.
No matter what he had to do, no matter what was happening, it's important that we get our Americans home. That's the patriotic thing. You can't sit here and claim to love your country. Meanwhile, you're knocking your president of the United States for bringing home your Americans in any way that he has to do it. Because as Tim said so brilliantly, it was not going to be an even exchange because that's not how we work. If we've got a political prisoner, this guy was really bad.
Yeah.
But Russia takes people like Brittany Griner with a little like
right.
In a fight. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, Brittany Griner is a perfect example. If you want to make an even exchange for a person like Brittany Griner, we're not going to have anybody in custody that's in custody for something that low. There's not going to. You're going to have to trade a bad guy for her. So if you go by the notion that we don't want to make a bad trade or give them back a bad guy for, then our people would just be in custody forever.
No, 100%. And you don't want that either. So, I mean, these are families involved. Can you imagine your loved one being captured and not coming home and not knowing what they're dealing with? You don't care what the president of the United States has to sell to get your loved one home. Right. You don't care. You sold 10 babies. You don't care. Get my loved one home. I mean, at the end of the day, you want your loved ones home. And I'm thankful to Joe Biden and many of the leaders that made these deals with a horrible man. Well, this is diplomacy, guys, whether you like it or not.
Well, a lot of folks are suggesting, particularly on YouTube, my audience on YouTube is a little bit further to the right, and they're saying that if they're going to pick our people up for little bullshit charges, then the proper response is to start arresting them for little things as well.
Oh, come on. No, come on, guys. Two wrongs don't make a right. Come on.
Yeah, that's
a kindergarten attitude. It just is. We're not going to start doing that.
Trump would probably do that. I mean, that's something Trump would probably do.
Yeah, right. You're right. Yeah, you're right, Tim. That's why we don't want him back in office, because that's the silly things he would do.
Yeah.
I mean, two wrongs don't make a right. We're not going to operate in the way of an authoritarian, right?
Yeah.
Right, guys? Right?
Yeah, I don't think.
Right?
Yeah, I don't think.
We're not going that way.
Yeah, I don't favor it, and I see somebody in the comments also saying Brittany Griner should still be in jail. Wow. I don't know what I mean.
That's so sad. Wow. Because she's, like the way, anyway, I'm not going to go there. I mean,
I know where you're going already, and I probably agree with it. So.
Yeah. I mean, the Algerian boxer and the fake outrage to her and with the Olympics and that whole thing. And it's so sad to me that you guys live on such fake outrage when there's really problems in the world to worry about. And it's not an Algerian boxer knocking out the nose of an Italian boxer. It just isn't.
Yeah, I don't get that. Yeah, I don't get that. The same thing with the Olympic opening ceremony, which did look controversial, but we're complaining about things they're doing in France. That's not America, because folks are like, well, I'm not going to watch the entire Olympic ceremony. So you're going to throw the hardworking American athletes under the bus for a ceremony, an opening ceremony that was put on by the French. Those athletes ain't got nothing to do with that. They didn't have anything to do with that.
And it's France, people. If you've ever been to Europe, you understand, like, you turn on the TV, the ads are different. You go on their beaches, it's a different world over there. They don't operate the same that we do.
Yeah, they have something called freedom, sounds like.
100%. They got freedom.
They have real freedom.
And that was God Dionysus. I mean, that was the god of wine, the Mardi Gras guy. I mean, that's who it was. It's not, it doesn't matter if your God, if your Jesus is so great, why are you worrying about things like that? How does that defer you from loving your God in any way? I mean, it's just fake outrage.
Now, here's one where you're being challenged. The Real Planet X Hunter says, can't trust the caller. She lied. Trump didn't say he was going to change the Constitution. Now, I'll tell you for a fact, right after the Mandalay Bay, where the guy, was firing across the Mandalay Bay at that concert and took out like 50 people. I think he hit about 500. Trump said even that time that, sometimes you need to take away guns first. For folks who are mentally ill, sometimes you need to take away the gun first and then give them due process. That's one example I can think of right off the top of my head. What else you got, Shay?
Yeah, no, that's true. No, I mean, you can look it up. Please Google it before you call me a liar because you look silly. He did do a tweet about it, or a truth, whatever you want to call it these days. And he did say that he would want parts of the Constitution terminated to fit his narrative, because he was talking about the election laws. He was talking about our election systems. And he wants parts of the Constitution terminated so that he could have done what he wanted to do on January 6th. Wow. And that is absolutely a fact. You can Google and fact check me all you want. That's exactly what he said. He used the word terminated. He used the word even parts of the Constitution. And you can go fact check that.
Well said. All right, Shay, good talking to you again. Haven't seen you on in a while.
Good talking to you, Tim, always. We need to talk more often, my friend.
Absolutely a pleasure. Certainly. We can make it happen.
Care. Thanks for all the love in the chat. Love you guys.
Appreciate it. All right, moving on real quick. Ed G says, I was there on... Wow, were you? Damn, Ed. Thank you for the support. Ed G says, I was there on Las Vegas Boulevard when that happened. And to this day, there's a lot of controversy surrounding that. Nobody knows why that guy did that. I mean, he took into his hotel room an unlimited amount of rounds, several ARs, several. This is the whole bump stock thing. I don't know. He had about 5 to 10 rifles, unlimited ammo, I think over 1,000 rounds. I mean, he was firing off rounds so much the smoke detectors went off. I mean, he was just popping. And the idea that you could take a window, because in Las Vegas, all of the hotels, the windows don't open. They take all your damn money at the casino. The last thing they want is people jumping out of the casino to commit suicide after they lost their money. So all of the windows, you can't open. And I had a dealer tell me that. I'm sitting at a table. The old Riviera Casino years ago, dealer told me that. The windows don't open in the hotels in Vegas because even though they don't open, people still often take their lives. I mean, you come out and you lose your fortune, you lost all the money, got to go home and tell a wife, or you about to lose your apartment, or lose your whatever, came out here and gambled. People take their lives at casinos, and that's one of the reasons none of the windows open. But he took the window off. He took the windows out, broke them out or whatever in his room, tripoded a bunch of ARs, and just literally lit up a concert across the street. And that is when Trump, I think it happened in 2017, if I'm correct, when Trump stated, in terms of mass shootings, people being mentally ill, sometimes you got to take the guns away first, then give them due process, because it takes too long to do it the legal way. That's suspending the Constitution. You don't even get a person due process. Just take their gun away at the first sign that they're mentally ill. Now, the NRA got in his ear, and within 24 hours, he changed his whole tune on that. But he was on television talking about sometimes you got to fight back with the NRA, and you can't be scared of them. And this is not CNN or MSNBC. It's on Video Center. You can easily find it on YouTube. So that's a perfect example. He did talk about suspending the Constitution right there. Getting rid of your due process. You have a constitutional right to due process. I know I agree with you, but the problem is, why are we even focusing on France? We should be boycotting France. France has been supporting terrorism in the west coast of Africa. I'll just say, but first of all, why the hell are you going to boycott France over that damn opening? I mean, anybody can make a mistake in regards to I don't know who produced the opening Olympic ceremony, but do you really think the Prime Minister of France had anything to do with that? You're going to boycott the whole damn country because they put on some production team behind the scenes got a little bit crazy. So you boycott the whole damn country? Really? That's taking it a bit far. I don't think the whole country should be boycotted because of that. That almost sounds like the whole Charlie Hebdo saga where a newspaper made fun of the Muslim religion and they went in and, tried to murder people at the news. I mean, are Christians that damn bad? That you see something on TV you don't like and you want to go ape shit over? Look, it happens. It happens. Ed G, not a conspiracy person, but they said they killed the second gunner on the ground. Then it was never brought up that they killed an innocent person. You're talking about in regards to the Mandalay Bay thing. There's a lot of conspiracies because they still to this day don't know why the guy did it. He didn't leave any notes behind or anything to indicate why he was mad enough to try to take out hundreds of people. And oddly enough, I hate to make it sound this way, but he only took out 50 people. When you think about his tactical advantage position being several stories up, I think it was on the 11th floor or something like that, and you got a bunch of concert goers packed in a small area, it's amazing that he only got like 59. I think his actual death total was about 59. I mean, he fired a lot of rounds, like hundreds of rounds. I mean, it's amazing that he only took out 59 people. But to this day, that is the highest death total for any mass casualty event in this country. I'm surprised his numbers aren't well up in the hundreds. Looking in the comments, that opening ceremony is an abomination of Jesus Christ. And I know whoever was involved with that debacle will face consequences from God now or maybe years. It won't be pretty. FHL, before I go back to the box. Now, was that ceremony and that opening ceremony an abomination of God, as you say, or of Jesus Christ? Maybe. I'm not very religious anymore like I used to be, back in the day. Let's give what you're saying validity. Let's say it was, as you say, an abomination of Jesus Christ. And you're saying that they gotta face the consequences from God. You're gonna tell me that what they did was worse than slavery or worse than what the Catholic Church did to children? You realize how much bad shit you could do that is far more harmful to actual human beings than that? I'm not trying to downplay what happened there, but if that requires you to face the wrath of Jesus Christ, then the whole Confederate South got some answering to do. That's fairly mild. I mean, people have spent their entire life in bondage and slavery, in oppression. That's mild. That's just something on television you got to watch for all of 3 or 4 minutes. I mean, people have been oppressed from the day they were born to the day they died, and some of them lived to be 70, 80 years old. That lasted all of maybe 3 or 4 minutes on TV, that little scene or whatever. If that is an abomination to God, then whoever goes to hell for that will have a lot of company when they get there, because you can do a lot worse than that by far. Looking in the comments, Carroll to pardon himself and suspend all his federal cases and stay out of prison. That will likely happen if Trump gets elected. Those cases will go away. My guess is if Trump gets reelected, he'll replace Merrick Garland with someone that is more favorable to him. Merrick Garland's replacement will then replace Jack Smith. And whoever they replace with will determine this case should have never been brought up. It was a witch hunt, and the federal government has decided to drop the case. That's what will likely happen if Trump gets elected. Those people that were behind charging him will all be replaced with people who think that the charges should be tossed out. And the cases will go away if he wins. The cases go away. And by the way, to me, even if what Trump is dealing with is a witch hunt, we can talk about that. But even if you think it's a witch hunt, that shouldn't be. If you are charged with committing a crime while you're in office, in the nation's highest office, you shouldn't be allowed to interfere with your own damn case. You should have to prove that you didn't do it. If it's a witch hunt, then you got infinite legal resources. Just prove that it's bullshit. You shouldn't be able to throw cases out, but the president does have the right to do that, does have the right to pardon himself and all of that. You can mix and match and change your own prosecutor. You shouldn't be able to do that. Once you've been charged with a crime, there should be a third party or whatever the case may be. You should not have any control over that. I mean, that's one of the issues we talk about all the time in reference to law enforcement, where the police have, what do they call it, IAB, Internal Affairs Bureau, where they get to police. They're literally policing themselves, because a lot of folks that serve on the Internal Affairs Bureau are former cops or, law enforcement themselves. Nothing ever good comes out of an entity that gets to police itself. And that's the same thing that you'll be dealing with in regards to President Trump, where you're going to put in a replacement for Merrick Garland that is favorable to you. Well, that person is not going to police you much at all. That shouldn't be allowed. That just should not be allowed. But different conversation for a different time. Going back to the box, will you wait for the police to come help you, and then after 25 minutes, when the police find your hole? Tony, I don't quite get that. Will you wait for the police to come help you, and then after 25 minutes, when the police find your, I don't know what you're trying to say there. Trump is about law and order unless it involves him. There does seem to be a slight amount of validity to that. I'm not going to disagree with that. Going back to the box, and I see in the comments, Trump wants fairness. That's all sides. I don't know about that. When you're going around talking about lock her up with Hillary Clinton and things like that, and then you get elected, and all of a sudden it's wrong for your opponent to talk about locking you. I don't know if he wanted fairness. I'll give you another example before I go back to the box. The 2020 election, folks are saying that, Trump won, it was stolen. And Trump wants a free and fair election. Leading up to the 2020 election, Trump was originally losing in the state of North Carolina. Biden was winning in the polls going up to the 2020 election in November. Trump was on television saying that there was widespread fraud in the state of North Carolina. Now, Trump ultimately won North Carolina. He ultimately caught up with Biden in the polls, and that state went to Trump. Once he won, you never heard him complain about fraud in North Carolina ever again. Now, you're on tape. You're on video. There's newspaper articles and every damn thing. I've done a video on it. You're all over the place saying they're cheating in this state. The minute you win, you don't care about the cheating anymore. That means that you actually won a state that may not have won, according to your own testimony. According to you, there's widespread fraud in this state. But the minute they give the Electoral College votes to you, you're okay with that. So I do want to point out, I don't think Trump is for necessarily a free and fair election. I think he is for winning. If there's fraud, but it's in his favor, he don't seem to care about it. I mean, there's all sorts of video of him at rallies, newspaper articles on it, news stories of him complaining about widespread fraud in North Carolina. It's been 4 years almost now. You haven't heard him mention it. Didn't come up on 2000 Mules, anything. No complaint at all about it. But you're on television saying they're cheating in this state. So the Electoral College of that state gives you the votes that you've admitted fraud. So in other words, you may have not won North Carolina. It's never came up again. So I do believe he is for, a free and fair election, but he's okay with a little bit of fraud as long as it goes in his favor. Everywhere Trump went is where he lost. So it didn't, to me, that did not make him look right. You say this and MAGA covers their ears and says la la la. It ain't hard to find it, Ricardo. It really ain't. It ain't hard to find clips, videos of Trump claiming that there was widespread fraud in North Carolina. He was definitely saying it. Same thing in Pennsylvania when Dr. Oz was running against Fetterman. Obviously, Trump backed Dr. Oz. He was on television saying that they were cheating in that state. And Dr. Oz came forward and said, that's not happening here. He was trying to defend Dr. Oz and say they were cheating in Pennsylvania. And Dr. Oz came out and said, that's not happening. Nobody's doing it. Anyway, looking in the comments, this guy just likes to hear himself talk. Says Dragon Claw. Thank you, Claw, for your input. You don't have to agree with the host. You understand how the program goes. I do believe in criticism as well. It's all about free speech. Ed G. Says, so Trump can say because of his age, he's too old to be in trial, just like Biden. No, well, Biden didn't say because of his age he couldn't be in trial. It was the prosecutor that was appointed by Trump that said Biden couldn't be in trial because of his age. It wasn't Biden that said it. Biden was telling us he was perfectly healthy in terms of his cognitive abilities. It was the prosecutors that said that. Okay, I don't turned off my damn light again. Give me a second. But no, I'll go back to the box real quick. We'll go move it on with Takesha Bowie. Good evening. Well, wait a minute. What did I hit here? Box is just so damn problematic this evening. And I'm not trying to love hearing myself talk. I appreciate the comment, but that's not the case. I'm trying to bring up guests, and the box is not working right. Tim, your engine, what it says, turn your engine to give your battery power. Yeah, that's what I just did. But normally, like I said, first of all, none of the equipment I'm running takes a lot of power. It's an LED light. I could probably run this thing for 8-9 hours before it would ever depreciate the battery to the point where the car wouldn't start. But nevertheless, the car is running. Do you want to regenerate the battery? Yeah, it ain't got nothing to do with the battery. It's something to do with the signal, I guess, because the box is circulating right now, but I'm probably not going to be able to bring the guest up. We'll see what happens when it resets. Looking in the comments real quick, though. On TikTok, only the weakest of males want to physically compete with women. Only the weakest of intellect celebrate them. True story. I don't know who celebrates. Okay, if a biological man identifies as a woman and competes with females, it really ain't, other than maybe transgender community, I think even a lot of liberals don't favor that. I don't. If I decided to transgender into a woman, first off, I'd be the ugliest ass woman you ever seen at 6'6", 300 pounds. I would be very unattractive. But putting me out on the field in most sports, particularly contact sports with other women, that is wrong. I don't favor that at all. I think most liberals do not favor that. You could really hurt people doing that. Now, I think the right is so eager to get their hands on a boogeyman in regards to the LGBT community, particularly because the right don't like trans people. They'll tell you anything they want to, but at the end of the day, if you hear the right talking about anything transgender, it's negative. They'll tell you all day we don't have a problem with them, but every single story you hear on the right side of the aisle that's in reference to the transgender community is negative. Every one of them. But I'll tell you, though, I do agree that you shouldn't be able to do that because you can hurt people. I mean, a lot of contact sports, men are stronger, more stronger biologically than women. So I don't favor it. No, I don't favor it. I know 4 trans Republicans, says Crystal Lopez. Okay, fair enough. I mean, there were black people fighting on behalf of the Confederates. That don't mean it's normal. It's not 100%, but the transgender community overwhelmed. If you could take a tally on votes from the LGBT community, particularly the transgender community, I tell you, I'd be surprised. I'd be very surprised if the transgender community, if only 95% of them voted liberal, I would be surprised. I bet it's higher than that. The transgender community is going to be way, this is not, you said you know 4 of them. That might be all of them. You know 4 transgender that's voting Republican. You may know all of them. It ain't going to be many transgender voting Republican. As I just stated, everything you hear about the transgender community from the right is negative. Every single thing you hear, they're a danger to kids. They want to go in the bathrooms and harm children. They want to ruin our children's mind in schools. They're drag queens. So everything you hear on the right about the transgender community is negative. Like I said, I'd be surprised if the left only got 95% of the transgender vote. I'd be very surprised. It probably is 99 point something. Looking in the comments, it's mainly the trans activists that are the issue, not the real trans people like Black Angel and Black. Well, the problem is if you believe the right believes transgender people are mentally ill. The right believes that simply having children around transgender people is harmful to children. They believe these people are literally bad for society. So, I mean, like I said, there's nothing positive you're going to hear from the right in reference to transgender people. Everything they're painting, like I said, they're literally painting them as pedophiles. Transgender for Republicans, very, very small group of people. You would be a BBW, and we would still support you, Queen. I'm a BBW lover, but I would probably be an SS supersize. SS BBW at 6'6", 300 pounds. I would be a really big broad. Takesha, let's try it again. The box is problematic tonight. I'm talking to myself a lot. Takesha, good evening.
Hey, Anthony, how are you?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on. I can actually hear a voice. This is good. So, what are you most concerned with if your candidate of choice in November loses?
My candidate not gonna lose.
They said that about Hillary Clinton.
I don't care what they said about Hillary Clinton. I said my candidate is not gonna lose.
Who's your candidate of choice?
Kamala, whatever you want to call her.
And you feel 100% certain?
I'm 100% sure that she's gonna win.
You know there's no such thing, right?
Huh?
You know there's no such thing, right?
Let me explain. I'm not concerned about Leaky Cheeks. Leaky Cheeks is doing horrible. He already picked a man who's in love with couches, who had to go, and after he left his therapist, the couch had to have therapy. Ain't nobody gonna play around with them. No, I'm not concerned at all. No, I'm not.
I mean, he's still competitive, Takesha. I mean, it's not
I'm
like
sure
Trump. I mean, it's not like Kamala's running away with it.
Hanson, let me say this. I'm going to believe what I want to believe, and you going to believe what you want to believe. I believe she's got it in the bag, and I'm standing 10 toes down on that.
So no concern of Trump winning at all?
None at all.
Huh. Why do you think Kamala's so certain to win?
People really don't want nursing home recipients in the race anymore. These young people have told y'all they want somebody who can relate to them. How you gonna relate to them? You still living back in 1919? That's not gonna work, handsome.
19.
These people have been wanting younger candidates. Honestly, for years, they're tired of the old white men.
Yeah, but I'm being told somebody like Trump, for instance, he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln.
Stop the lies, handsome.
That's what the man said.
Handsome. Okay, and he also stood in a church and said, I'm going to be faithful to my wife, was he?
Yeah. Got me on that.
Okay, so we can't, if that man's wife can't trust him, how can we? He need to quit lying and saying he's done more for black people, because he did not.
Yeah, that's an interesting comeback. If his wife can't trust him, why should we? So, but did you not favor the economy we had under Trump?
It wasn't his.
It happened under his watch.
It wasn't his. What did he build? Did he build that economy?
It happened under his watch.
Did he build it?
No, well, I don't know if he built it or not, but it happened under his watch.
Okay, I don't want to give anybody credit for something they did not build. That's just like you going to build a bear and somebody else building the bear and you saying, hey, I did this. You didn't build it. You're just claiming it.
I get it. So we didn't have all these wars breaking out. What say you?
We're not in a war.
Well, we just sent a warship today over to the Middle East because Israel just recently attacked the leadership in Hezbollah and Hamas, and Iran is talking about taking retaliation. So we done already rushed a warship into a combat zone.
Is the United States in a war?
Proxy.
Are we in a...
We're in a proxy war with Russia right now through the Ukraine.
Let me tell you something. Do we have boots on the ground in Ukraine?
Well, to be honest with you, they wouldn't tell us if we did. We might.
We have boots on the ground in Ukraine that we know of.
No, we don't, that we know of. No.
Okay, we're not in a war. What we are doing is honoring the agreement that we made with Ukraine, the Budapest Agreement, that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, we would fight them in times of them getting attacked or going into war. We got to keep our word. This is nothing new that we're doing. Biden didn't just start this, first of all. And also, let me say this. Biden can't just give Ukraine money.
No, it's not money. It's weapons. It's not money.
Well, I know it's weapons that we're not using anymore. They have expired with us. But the thing is this: whatever we're doing, Congress holds the purse strings, not the president. He can't just give folks money just all willy-nilly like he got an ATM card that said United States Bank and give folks money.
Facts. So do you feel confident Kamala can get the job done? You feel confident that she's up to the job?
Let me tell you what I feel confident in. I feel confident that we have been under men ever since presidents have been around.
So you're voting for her just because she's a woman?
Why not give a woman a chance to see if she can clean it up? Most women run their household, their husband just don't know it.
So you're voting for her just because she's a woman?
I'm voting for her because I don't want Trump. I wouldn't give a damn if Porky Pig put on a suit and said, I'm running for president. Porky would be the man for me.
Damn. What's so bad about Trump?
For Porky, even if he was on his way to the slaughter, I said, hold up. Don't slaughter him yet. Let him go on and try to get these votes, and I would vote handsome.
I'm listening.
I would vote for a can of spinach before I vote for Donald Trump.
What is so bad about Trump?
He's a divisive. He's very disrespectful. He is a racist. We saw that when he went to the National Black Journalism Forum. He sat up there and took that lady Dawn water bottle and tightened up her bottle of water because he had an attitude. He's a child.
But when he went to
giving a child our nuclear codes.
When he went to the Black Convention, what did he do there specifically that would make you say he's a racist?
Come on now, he started talking about that woman turn black. How do you turn black?
I don't know. I did hear that. I don't know.
The thing is this.
But wait, hold on. You do realize though that there is plenty of video footage of Kamala claiming to be Indian.
Is she not Indian?
Yeah.
Is she not black?
Yes, she's black.
Okay, it's called biracial. You don't just say I'm black and forget your mama's side. That's wrong. Yeah. There are plenty of videos of her saying I'm black and I'm not gonna apologize for it. It's plenty of videos of her talking about African Americans and she said our community. So don't go there, handsome with me. You know what biracial means. It means that she's Indian and she's Jamaican. That means she's black and she's Indian. Cut it out, handsome.
Well, I do have to pose the question for the people, but I agree with you. I don't see the purpose of even bringing that up.
I don't even see the purpose of bringing up this woman's race.
Yeah, I don't see it either. I mean, it's completely irrelevant. What?
You know they did that with Obama. That's what I'm saying. You got to stop these same talking points. I watched a rally, and I'm going to tell you to be
honest. You watched the one today?
No, I watched Trump rally the other day when he left the National Black Journalist Forum. Because I really wanted to see, does he get up there and talk about any policies that make these people run from state to state to see him. So this is what I heard Trump say. I mean, you're a great mayor of this city, and he's a good mayor. And then I talked to him, and he said this about, and it was a great time. And then, and then he came along, and then, hey, it's a great city and everything. And then, he never finishes his thoughts. He veers off, and then he comes back to them.
Wow. So you're suggesting that...
I watched this with I had to hear it for myself. He veers off and comes back.
So you're suggesting that Trump's cognitive abilities are failing?
I'm saying he veers off and comes back. I don't know what his abilities is, but I know there's no way I could sit up in there and listen to him and yell a hoo-hoo and say, yeah, you the man.
It's interesting you would say, because I got a viewer on YouTube, American Muscle, that says she's mentally ill, suggesting that you sound mentally ill.
They are too. They're mentally ill too. With a name like that, yeah, they got to be mentally ill as well. Now, thank you so much for that. Hansel, you know it don't. You know it don't offend me when people say stuff to me.
But
you know me better.
But I have to make sure you hear it. I know you got thick skin,
but
so do I.
But I don't care. I'm mentally challenged. Now come again. Okay. Come with something better. All right,
now this one is one worth tackling.
Let's go.
The Real Planet X Hunter says Harris, talking about Kamala, she switches her races like she switches underwear.
Oh, that's nice. She changed her underwear every day, so she switches her races every day. So what is she? She Indian from 12 to 12, and then she's black from 12 to 12.
What the fuck is
that's
that?
Nice. Okay, well, as long as she changes them panties every day, we really don't care what she doing on a daily basis.
Well, you might care about this one. This is controversial indeed. This is where your thick skin comes into play. Ed G says she probably has more than one baby daddy. She gonna make the wrong choice again.
I have two. I have two of them.
Okay.
But the first one, let me explain. The first one takes care of the second one because the second one's dad was a deadbeat. So yeah, I have two baby dad. Well, I ain't gonna call them baby daddies. I have two men, and then the first one, he took care of the children, so he still had a dad. So they still went to the same place. They got the same grandma and granddaddy. So yeah, that worked out real good for me. So yeah, I slept with two different men and got two different babies. Yes, I did. Is that supposed to be embarrassing or something?
Well, you should like J.D. Vance because he believes you should get more votes.
He sleeps with couches.
Did he really say that?
He gives digging in the couch a whole new meaning. I'm scared to look for change. I'm thinking I'm molesting the couch now. All because of J.D. Vance. Yeah. All because of J.D. Vance.
I'm scared to look for change.
I'm gonna tell my baby daddies too that whoever that was talking about them. I'm sure they'll probably cry because they were with a woman who slept with two different men, who's 50 years old, and I've had two partners. I'm sure that's gonna make them cry. Tears on their pillow and pain in their heart caused by TikTok.
All right, Takesha, you win this round.
I don't care nothing about what these people say, Hansel. And you need to explain that to them. Kiki don't care.
I'm starting to believe that more and more. I appreciate you coming through. I gotta go.
You have a wonderful night now.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, Takesha. Wow. I'm scared to look for change. Damn. That's bad. I don't know what's in between those pillows. All right. Jesus Christ. The country gives us what we want. Wait a minute. The country gives us what we want, everything we need. What country do you live in? I don't know about that one, but that scared to look for change thing caught me really bad. Good night, Kiki, says Marilyn Hernandez. Yeah, we don't give an F what people like her think. Kimmy, she votes. What do you mean you don't give an F what people like her think? There's a lot of people that are like her. So all of a sudden, if your candidate doesn't win in November, and you're wondering why, perhaps it's because you didn't give a damn what a large portion of the country think, how a large portion of the country thinks. I don't know how many people think like her, but I can tell you one thing, it's a lot. It's a lot of folks that have that same mindset that J.D. Vance and Trump and think. I mean, what she's saying is not like coming out of left field. There's a lot of people that think like that. You just disagree with it. You have the right to disagree with it, but there's a lot of people that think like that. And I see Hitcher, I think it says I'm like her, and I like her. That's what I'm talking about. Ed G, voting out Biden to put in Kamala is like changing your skirt when you shit your pants. Let me see if I can tackle that. Ed G, appreciate the support, says voting out Kamala is like changing your shirt, rather, not skirt, changing your shirt. Okay, so you just shit your pants and you're changing your shirt because of it. So in other words, it makes no sense at all. The polls don't say that, Ed G. The polls don't say that. And I'll tell you one thing, too. I don't believe Trump's reaction agrees with you. It's pretty clear that Trump would rather be running against Biden than Kamala. I mean, how many millions have Kamala read? I mean, she's only been in the game 13 days as we speak. 14 days ago, Biden was still the man. Tomorrow, which is Sunday, will be the day that Kamala announced she was running, or that better yet, that Biden announced he was stepping down. Biden stepped down 2 weeks ago tomorrow. So 13 days ago, he was still a man right now. Every poll out there was saying he was losing. So I don't know if I totally agree with you. I think that it is. Now, Trump could win. I'm not saying that Kamala's going to, there's like my last caller. I'm not saying that Kamala has a guaranteed likelihood of winning, but it's clear that she is more competitive against Trump than Biden was. I think that's pretty clear because the Democratic Party is far more united under Kamala than they were under Biden. There's no shortage. By the way, somebody sent a message that got redacted, but there's no denying that Kamala's performing better than Biden was against Trump. And you had a host of Democrats that were begging for Biden to step down. You had donors that were taking their money back. We're not going to donate any more money to the Biden-Harris campaign. All of a sudden, Biden stepped down, Harris takes the top spot, and money just starts coming from every fucking where. So it's pretty clear the Democratic Party is more united under Kamala than they were under Biden. Doesn't mean they're going to win, but it certainly means they're more competitive than Biden versus Trump. Kamala versus Trump is far more of a hurdle. By the way, Trump has been studying how to defeat Biden the entire time Biden's been in office. Knowing he was going to run again, he's been studying, having his analysts, look for weaknesses. And he didn't do it for Kamala. So all of a sudden, the Democrats switching to Kamala like 3 months before the election, that's a real curveball. It's a real curveball. There's nowhere near enough material to hit Kamala with. She's not old. She's not falling down, can't string together. None of that stuff exists. That's why you hear stuff like, she slept with Willie Brown 30 years ago. Because the material, there's just not enough material there. There's endless material for Biden. You can bring up policies, you can bring up the economy and all. Most of that stuff is irrelevant when talking about Kamala Harris. She ain't got nothing to do with the economy. You can come at her for the border, and that's really about it. I mean, she's a vice president. It's not her job to do all of that stuff. So it really threw Trump's campaign a curveball to switch from a guy who had a lot of easy targets to hit to somebody who only got a couple things you can bring up. Now you got to start bringing up she's a woman or she slept around, 30 years ago. I mean, there's not much to bring up. That's why they're going with all of this crazy stuff. Well, she's not black, that's irrelevant to running the country. But if that's all you got, you kind of got to go to it. Looking in the comments, she didn't do anything as a senator, says Brooke. The thing about it is that's a legitimate thing to bring up if you think she sucked as a senator or she got behind bad policies. But the right really isn't doing that. Most of the stuff, the right is bringing up more things that are personal on Kamala than political. I've heard about Willie Brown a million times. I've heard about that she's Indian and not black or part Jamaican. That comes up even more than the border. I mean, the right is hitting her on personal shit that's irrelevant to run. I mean, okay, she's black or she's native, she's Indian and Jamaican, but you might feel she's not. What does that got to do with running the country, though? I mean, it's irrelevant to run. Okay, I guess you could point out, well, maybe she's lying about her race, so we can't. Well, I mean, I'm assuming Trump is just 100% honest. There's nothing there with that. I would suggest do what you brought up. How was she as a senator or the border? That's really it. There's not a lot of material on Kamala. Kamala speaks in gypsy curses. Crystal Lopez says Kamala speaks in gyps curses. What can be unburdened by what had been. If you don't understand that, you just fell out of a coconut tree. I know about the phrase you fell out of a coconut tree, but all the rest of that leaves me baffled. I don't know what any of that means. She is extremely ineffective. says Bobby Thompson. There's not enough there to suggest that. As a attorney general, as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, the right is making it sound like she was incredibly tough on crime. Isn't that what the right kind of wants? How is she suddenly ineffective all of a sudden? I don't know. To me, it sounds like she did what you normally would want. I've never heard so many folks on the right suddenly complain that somebody was tough on crime. Normally, it's the liberals are too soft on crime. But for some reason, when it comes to the crime bill from Biden or Kamala Harris, you're complaining that they're too tough on crime. They're locking up black folks. Maisha, is that what I'm reading?
That is what you're reading. How are you?
I'm doing good. Good to have you on this evening. What is your concern if your candidate of choice come November loses the election?
Okay, so number one, if I'm completely honest, I am 1,000% in agreement with Takesha. I'm not concerned about my candidate not winning.
You're that confident that Kamala's going to win?
Yes.
Why?
I am. And
Why?
I'm completely okay with saying that. Well, Agent Orange, I choose not to use names.
Just did.
Agent Orange has done enough to destroy our entire, not only country, the economy, how the U.S. is looked at in other nations, with other nations. He's completely destroyed us in so many ways.
You think Trump has destroyed our economy?
I know he did.
How?
Okay, so for the first 2 years of any presidency, that economy that he has is based off of what was left over from the previous president. So Trump got a chance to take over everything Obama did. So during that time frame, you ask yourself, did Trump give any new bills? Did he sign any new laws? Like, what did he put in place that would make our economy better? Now, outside of injecting myself with bleach or possibly UV light of some sort, I can't think of a thing that he ever suggested that would make us better. Most people who don't understand how the economy works, just regular supply and demand.
What about less government oversight, less regulation, tax cuts, hopefully to spark small businesses and innovate? You don't give them no credit for any of that?
Well, less government sounds great until it comes to my uterus. And so you can choose less government one way, but you don't apply it in every way, so we cannot have that argument.
Amen to that. I can't argue with that. But many folks do believe his economy was better than Biden's.
No, Obama's economy was better than Biden's, maybe. And when I say better than, I mean given that Clinton put us in a surplus.
True.
After George W., we were in the negative again. Obama came in, pulled us out of that negative, and started the process of getting us out of that negative. And then Trump came and said, fuck that, let's just do something else.
Wait, you can't. We did have a pandemic under Trump. That's a bit different.
We did. And so again, I guess that's where I was going before you asked me my last question, which is, we did have a pandemic. And unfortunately, the bleach did not work. Unfortunately, that UV lighting did not work. Unfortunately. And so that left us in a place where we had shipments and shipments with all kind of stuff that we could not supply to the people. Therefore, the price went up because nothing was available. And so even though, yes, inflation was a global thing, Trump literally made it worse for us.
Now, under the Trump administration, we didn't have all of these, close calls with war. I mean, you got balloons flying over the United States. You got bombers being detected off the coast of Alaska. I mean, under Trump, didn't it seem a bit smoother in terms of no?
No, and let me tell you why. We, as a country, have never liked the regime, specifically in China. We were never a friend of North Korea, nor have we been a friend of Russia.
Okay.
If I gave my enemies everything they wanted, why would they then pursue war? What happened was he lifted the embargoes that was there under the Obama administration. So at this point, Putin now has the ability to get back the money he was losing to build the arms that he needed. Unfortunately, Biden got elected in, so then it was, oh shit, we fucked up. And so now that we're trying to get all of that back, Putin is doing his thing, Xi Jinping is doing his thing with Taiwan, and so on and so forth. It wasn't that it was so much better. It was you were giving these people what they wanted, so they have no reason to fight against us.
And you feel confident that Kamala Harris as president could get all this under control? Do you feel like she's capable of doing the job?
I feel more than confident that she can get it under control. And if she doesn't get it under control, that is a world issue, not a U.S. issue, if that makes sense. I can't blame us for people wanting to do what they want to do, because that's what they're going to do, period. What I can say is, am I doing any and everything I can to stop them from doing what's going to happen? I absolutely am. And that is something that Trump was not doing. It is very unfortunate that you can have so many people saying America first, and while at the same time, that Make America Great Again hat, I'm pretty sure it was made in China. So I don't know what you thought he was going to do in China while he's making money from China, but it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah. So you're hammering Trump. Biden is pretty much completing his term. Do you think Biden done a good job so far?
I think, because I understand a little bit more about government, so just keep that in mind.
Okay.
I think Biden did the best he could with the team he had. And meaning, I understand that laws and bills come from Congress. If the House won't take it, it doesn't reach him. So there's only so much that he can do.
But you do realize
you're saying things that I know he can do that he did.
You're saying with the team he had, you do realize that team is there because he put them in place. So if he put in
when I said the team he had, I'm not only referring to his cabinet. I'm referring to the team as in what he had from the Senate and what he had in the House.
Okay.
So when you have Mike Johnson, who's not willing to pass or bring a bill to the floor, if it's not going to the floor, it doesn't reach his desk. Yeah, so I can't say, well, he didn't do this. Well, this is something that has to originate in Congress. If it doesn't come to him from Congress, what would you like for him to do?
Yeah, and then he got mentioned in Christian cinema. I get your point. So at the end of the day, though, Kamala is capable, and you believe, just like Takesha, that she pretty much is guaranteed to win it all.
I think that a couple of Americans came home the other day, and Trump did not take one moment to say, I'm so glad to see American citizens coming home. He immediately turned to, well, if it was me, I wouldn't have to give up anything. And I am so glad that they showed the press conference where the reporter asked Biden the exact same thing.
Yes. Wow.
Which was, why didn't he do it while he was president?
That was a mic drop. That was a mic drop.
Exactly. So when Trump told his people don't support the border bill, and you have people saying, well, what about the border? I don't know. Ask the president that you wanted to vote for, the one who told them not to support it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a mic drop. I got to move it on, though, Maisha. Is this our first time talking?
It is our first time talking, but I do watch you on a regular basis.
Well, it's a pleasure having you on. You can school me on a few things. Don't worry about that. Come on back anytime. Appreciate you coming through.
Will do. Have a great night.
You too. And I wanted to address the super chat. Successful MD, love that name. Countries have been spying on the United States. People have to stop trying to pick and choose because of perceived affiliation from a particular party. It's a good point. And by the way, even our allies spy on us. I think didn't something come out a few years back that the United States was spying on Israel? I mean, spying happens all over the damn place. I mean, even if it's your ally, if they're developing some new weapon that you ain't in on, you want to know about it. I mean, that does happen. Wow, Ed G thinks she's lost the kitchen. Wait a minute. Think she's lost the kitchen is that way. In reference to my last caller, Ed G, controversial as hell, says he thinks she's lost. The kitchen is over there. Wow, you guys are. Why is the folks on the right so adamant that women have these lanes that they belong in the kitchen? I'm going to tell you something. In my humble opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, but I will say this. You're saying the quiet part too loudly. I mean, a lot of folks on the left, particularly women, believe that the right wants women, to go back to the 1950s or barefoot and pregnant or take away women's rights, you name it. And when you got so many folks on the right saying this stuff out loud, I'm gonna tell you, you're not really helping your cause. You're kind of proving their point when you say this stuff. Just be a bit cautious. The election ain't happened yet. Understand that the election has not happened. I don't want to see a bunch of folks on election day saying that I can't believe folks are so dumb they voted for this person, and then you don't take into account some of the things you may have said to ostracize some of the people. Just keep that in mind. Wow. If men are supposed to be certain things, then women at least need to be able to make a sandwich. What? This is a totally new guess. Wow, you guys are bad. I'm trying to read the name. My damn glasses will take off. What is up with women making sandwiches? Pennsylvania, Tucky Tate. If men are supposed to be certain things, then women at least need to be able to make a sandwich. God, you guys, these sandwiches. He said it's a joke. Well, the women ain't laughing at that. Once again, I can't see the names on these stamps. Well, your name says epic something, but women ain't laughing at those jokes. Those jokes have actual historical references to them that women don't want to go back to. It's like, that would really be like making a joke about, slavery or something like that. I mean, there's some history where this used to be relevant. It's not something to make a joke about. I'm going to tell you that. People are not going to take that funny. Some people are not. Going back to the box, Denise Harris, good afternoon. Shouldn't be able to vote unless you own property and have children. Says that's wow, you guys are straight out of Project 2025. S&D Rock said you shouldn't be able to vote unless you own property and have children. Really? I mean, okay, first of all, property ownership goes to people that are middle class or higher. So you really will wipe out impoverished people from being able to vote. I mean, if only people with property or, children, I guess, but why can't one citizen, one vote remain the law of the land? Why do we want to alter this so that people, I mean, what if a girl turns 19, believes that the United States, should be defended, she joins the military and she's overseas, fighting in conflict or some shit like that. She doesn't own property, she doesn't have any kids. She can't vote? You realize how bad that would be? She can't vote. She doesn't have any property, doesn't have any kids. So you're going to take her vote away. A true patriot just lost their vote. I don't think that would go very well. Kamala is versatile. She can cook, curry, collard greens, and word salad. Yeah, apparently she could. She was on TV doing it. Wow, that whole vote thing doesn't make sense to me. I agree with this one, James. Illegals should not vote. I agree with that. I'm not going to argue with that. I'm a woman, and I think everyone is fair game in comedy, including women. I love a good get back in the kitchen and bring me a sandwich, beer, and the remote joke. I don't like making jokes about things that actually, bad things that used to actually happen to people. What's next? Making a joke about children in the Catholic Church? Some things, if it's something, look, you can't complain about people bringing up history, because folks say we need to get over history. That shit happened years ago, move on. If you're going to make a joke about it, you can't complain if it triggers somebody. If you want people to get past history, that's the first thing you should not be doing, is making jokes about what some of the people went through. It's a bit insensitive in my opinion. I mean, did you think that the Olympic ceremony where they mocked the Last Supper, as some people were alleging, you think that was a joke? Is that fair game? Where you can mock Christian, are you okay with that? I mean, if you can mock a woman, I mean, what about somebody who wants to mock Jesus Christ? So I want to tell you, you can't be in favor of doing it to other people, but then have your own personal areas where you say it's a no-go zone. It doesn't work like that. Only women who can make sandwiches can vote. Jesus. I can't believe this stuff comes. Is it getting too fucking late? And Angie, you definitely, nothing but love for you for supporting the program. You said some wild shit. And he said, only women, and he got 6 likes on this already. Only women who can make sandwiches can vote. I don't want to hear about you don't want to put women in a place no more. You guys are being comical about this shit. Trump is going to screw the environment and wed the oil companies. I don't want to say Trump is going to screw the environment, but he is certainly not a fan of anything related to climate change. If being against climate change or believing climate change doesn't exist leads to the environment being screwed, then yeah, it may be so. And G once again says, what do you mean they just mocked Christianity on TV? We're not okay with that we're not okay with the Adams bite. It happens, so everything is fair game. That happened in France, Ed G. Whatever you feel about the Olympic ceremony, it happened in France. It wasn't an American production. It wasn't put on by Americans. You're going to bring up things in America in reference to something that took place in France? It happened in another country. They have a right to do what they want to do in their... How could you be for states' rights, but you're trying to complain about what somebody did in France? You don't even want women complaining about what they do in Alabama, but you want them to do what you believe should be done in France. Maybe they're not very Christian over there. That's their country. And what happened to Trump stating he's going to get out of overseas conflicts? Now all of a sudden you want to criticize France. Crystal Lopez, thank you. Kamala, as a prosecutor, withheld evidence and had 1,000 of her cases overturned. She knowingly kept an innocent man in prison. She is for open borders. It's her policy. One thing she has done as VP. In other words, name one thing she has done as VP. Let me break apart some of that. Kamala Harris, as a prosecutor, this allegation that she had thousands of her cases overturned. I got to plead ignorance. I'm not aware that she's had thousands, emphasis on thousands of cases. Now, or you say had 1,000 of her cases overturned. Now, Kamala Harris was a prosecutor for over a decade. I'm going to assume most prosecutors have at least a few cases overturned. 1,000? That's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, it seemed like that would have came up when she became a senator or something. I think that's being overstated. I really do. I mean, she was district attorney general, and the attorney general of San Francisco. I think this lasted maybe a decade or so. 1,000 cases is a lot. So I would have to see some evidence of that. I'm not saying it's not true, but the fact that it's just coming out now is pretty damn suspicious. Now, you continue to say she knowingly kept an innocent man in prison. I have heard about that. Now we went from 1,000 to one person, and I don't know if that's true or not, but I have heard people saying it. And if she knowingly, if it can be proved that she knowingly kept somebody in prison that did not deserve to be there, that is worthy of going after her with. Now we know that happens in America a lot. I follow the Innocence Project, and they write books and talk about people that they've gotten out of prison. It's generally African Americans, them the ones that get out the most on shit for shit they didn't do. And it is very common when there is beginning to be overwhelming evidence that the person serving time is innocent for the prosecutor to still continue fighting back, because they don't like to take the L. They don't like to admit they've done something wrong. Not to mention, if you got somebody in prison for something they didn't do, the state's about to have to pay out a bunch of money. So they don't want that on their own resume. So they fight hard even when they know they got a person in that shouldn't be. That is wrong on every fucking level. But they do it. So when you say that she knowingly kept the man in prison, it's possible. I'm not going to say, that happens. They do that. Like I said, I've been following the Innocence Project for a while, reading their cases, and it is very common for prosecutors to know, to start receiving quite a bit of solid evidence that you got the wrong man in prison, and for them to still keep fighting back, not wanting to, let DNA, not wanting to give them hearings, not wanting to give them appeals. They don't like to take L's. So that does happen. In regards to saying she is up for open borders, it's her policy. That's not true. She's a vice president. Vice presidents don't really have policies. So the idea that she's up for open borders, that's what is the policies of Mike Pence? Vice presidents don't really have policies. And last but not least, now it may be her policy if she gets elected, but I haven't seen her use the word open borders. I haven't seen her using those words. And last but not least, name one thing she's done as VP. As I mentioned just a minute ago, vice presidents they're normally not well known for doing. Name one thing Mike Pence did as VP. Al Gore or, any of the VPs. They don't really do much. Even when you look at Dick Cheney, you're going to probably think about the Iraq War. He's not known for doing much. That's what their job is, to just be there if something goes wrong with the commander-in-chief. Their job is not to really do a lot. So, of course, she hasn't done much. And by the way, just ask MAGA. What did Mike Pence do during the 4 years he was in office? You don't hear MAGA bragging about it. If anything, the only thing Mike Pence gets credit for is not refusing to certify the election. They're not bragging about things he was doing while he was in office, even though they believe Trump was the best president ever. Vice presidents don't normally get a lot of credit. If Kamala picks Shapiro, it's going to drive the white supremacists, KKK types, crazy. Black and Jewish on the same ticket. Damn. Amazonian mirage. You think that? Wow. Now, Shapiro, is he the one? What's the governor of Pennsylvania? Because I think that's what everybody's leaning towards. I like the astronaut out of Arizona, the senator there. I know the guy in North Carolina has already bowed out. He doesn't want the gig. Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, is not. I wouldn't suggest. I think she's going to win Minnesota anyway. I think. Oh, that is okay. So Shapiro is the governor of Pennsylvania. I think he is probably the favorite to win the VP nominee. He's probably the favorite because that's a big state in terms of electoral college votes. That's a big state. So that is probably going to be her pick. Now you said that's going to drive the KKK. I don't know about all that. You talking about folks that are intolerant, having an African American or Jamaican or Indian or whatever the hell you want to call her, and a Jewish guy on the same ticket. If you are in that category, yeah, I guess that would probably drive a few people insane. That probably, and keep in mind, Kamala's husband is also Jewish. So, yeah, there's a lot of minorities all over the place. Talk about being replaced like they try to do it on Pennsylvania Avenue. Looking in the comments, if we can have, by the way, folks, as always, we are MAGA friendly, despite what you may hear sometimes. The program is MAGA friendly. We're MAGA is always our preferred guest. Liberals are always welcome on the program as well, but MAGA has always been our preferred guest from day one. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with QAnon. That's how the entire spectrum gets to speak. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So if you enjoy that type of dialogue, follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Hit that subscribe. By the way, Monday through Friday, if you're ever on in the afternoon, 1 p.m. Central is when we're generally here, 1,300 hours. Couple hours to get here and talk. It's usually about a couple thousand of us, so it's somewhat of a bigger audience than what we have tonight. But nevertheless, we got a few party goers here this evening. Thank you, Lisa, for your support. Appreciate those boxing lists. Thank you, Lisa. Looking in the box, moving the program on, Robert Porter. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Robert. Lord help us make America free from Donald Putin. Yikes, Peter. Robert Porter, good evening.
I got a question.
Sure.
I hear all these women talk about they want to vote for Harris because she's a female and that she's going to help them with the AB situation.
Wait, the AB? What is that?
AB.
I'm lost. You gotta give me more than that. I don't understand. What is the AB?
Abortion.
Oh, okay. Pregnancy termination. Fine. Now, I'll let you correct me, but I believe that women are not voting for Harris because she's a woman. They're voting for Harris because she's defending women's rights. If a man was doing it, they would vote. They're not voting for her because she's a woman. They believe the other side is taking away women's rights.
Right, but let me ask you this, though. Okay. She made a comment. She stated it, and we can pull it up if you like.
Sure, what you got?
Where she said that if they don't do something about it in the first 100 days, that she's going to do an executive order on women's reproductive rights.
What would that executive order be?
So this is my argument to that. Why do you wait till you're president? Why don't you do it now? It fell on your watch, you and Biden's watch anyway. So why don't y'all go ahead and do an executive order if it's so damn important for women's rights? Why don't y'all do an executive order and bring it back to the women?
Well, because they have less power now, even though they're president and vice president, with that 6-3 majority Supreme Court and things like that. Maybe they think they'll get control of the Senate, control of the House, and be in a better position to do it in 100 days.
What do you mean? They can do it right now and get away with it.
No, if they do it right now, right? I mean,
the court ain't gonna be able to do nothing about it.
Yeah, but the challenges may come stronger because you do have
they're gonna come down the line anyway. Even if she wait till she's president, the challenges are still gonna be there, regardless.
No, I get what you're saying. Then do it now as opposed to.
You know why? But see, the point of why they don't do it.
A little to the left. Thank you for that, Bear. Go ahead.
The reason they don't do it is because they like people saying Trump took away women's rights. Women blame Trump for taking away their rights.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on.
You campaign right now because that's a motivational thing for women to vote for them because they're against Trump because they think Trump caused all this.
Okay, I will say this. I agree with you that the Democrats are using Trump taking away women's rights. They're trying to use that as a target point. But I think one thing you're leaving out is you do realize Trump is actually bragging about rolling back Roe v. Wade. It's not like they're making it up. He's taking credit for doing it.
Right. But see, what the thing of it was, when they gave it back to the states, in other words, they made it, yes, some of these states have went off the chain. I agree with you. But my point is this. It's a lot easier to litigate local than it is federal. So this is what I say. If you're so adamant, and there's so many women adamant about having this reproductive right, they need to band together and they need to cut the snake off at the head. And I'm talking about the senators, congressmen that are in their local area. Stop putting them in seats. Stop voting for them and start saying, we're not voting for you until you do what we want.
You may get that. They actually are planning on doing that too. My guess is, maybe I'm wrong, but my guess is women who show up because they believe that Trump and Vance is a threat to women's rights, they're going to be voting Democrat all down the ticket. So what you're recommending, you may actually get that. All them local elections you're talking about, senators, they're probably going to vote Democrat for that stuff.
But what I'm saying is they're putting so much energy on the fact that Trump stacked the Supreme Court for that only reason, for that only purpose. And that's not true. That wasn't the only reason. Okay. But my point is, if they're so concerned with it and they think that women have lost their rights, why haven't they done anything about it?
What can they do with this?
Because they're not going to do anything about it because they want it. They want it this way. They want people to dislike Trump for that.
Well, yeah, but
what did she just call it? You just heard Harris call it up. Some of these states they just did the Trump abortion ban. They named it the Trump abortion ban.
But he's taking credit for it, Robert. Trump is taking credit for it.
Well, what I'm saying, at the federal level, he's taking, not at the state level.
But it's only at the state level because of what he did at the only reason why some states can now ban abortion is because President Trump gave them the right to do it.
Absolutely.
Right.
But also, he's gave the women the right to vote, to get together. If you want this bad enough and you feel like you've been violated, y'all band together.
That's what
they're doing. And get those rights back.
That's what's going on.
American way is.
But that is what's going on.
No, it's not. People are lazy. They want to point fingers. They want to blame other people for the situations that they're in when they need to just stop, take responsibility, be accountable, step up, and play your role and get what you want.
Hold on. Robert, the only way you're going to get, because you're saying women should stop blaming people and they should step up and band together. The only way you're going to get people to band together is to blame somebody so that they have an incentive to come together. They're blaming Trump because it's galvanizing women to come together to do what you're suggesting. They're not going to come together if there's no one to blame. That's the same way Trump is blaming immigrants for assaulting people, or LGBT for messing with kids, or the Democrats being for open borders. It's because it galvanizes people to come together. You have to blame somebody. That's what energizes
why don't
people.
You blame the states at that level? No one's blaming the states. They're blaming Trump.
Because the states couldn't do it without Trump.
For their own laws.
The states couldn't do it without Trump. He's at the top of the pyramid.
I understand that, but now that it's at the states, it's not out of control. It's not out of reach.
Yeah.
They got to get together. They got to petition. They got to go to each one of their senators and congressmen and say, listen, we're not putting your ass back in office.
So do you believe?
Because I'm gonna tell you something. As a Trump voter, at this point right now, that's one thing I disagree with right now. I wish Trump, excuse my language, would have left it the fuck alone, because you have states that are endangering women's lives, and I don't think at the beginning when he decided to do this, and this was his feeling of. He was against abortions, that you would have women almost unalive over this abortion thing. And it's happening. I mean, I know a woman that, and I'm not going to mention the state.
You're not helping. Before you say that, hold on, hang on. Before you say that, understand you're not helping out MAGA with this statement at all, but keep going.
But see, I'm honest. I'm real. I keep it real.
Right.
And let me tell you something. I've seen, and I know one woman. She's actually a friend of my daughter's. She had a miscarriage. And you know what? She went to the hospital, and the police came and did a criminal investigation on her.
Damn.
To see if she had an abortion, because the abortions are illegal.
What state is that in?
I'm not going to say. They told me they didn't want me to bring that up. I wasn't even supposed to talk about it, but it's true. And let me tell you, there's other women that are having medical issues due to this stuff. And let me tell you something. I feel for these women, and I can't sit here and say, Trump made an excellent choice by doing that. But I do honestly in my heart feel like I don't believe Trump did it out of malice as far as wanting women to be endangered by their health. I don't think he thought that these states was going to be as radical as they are. And let me tell you, some of these states are extremely radical. I don't agree with. I think at this point, we can't reverse it. I understand. I wish we could. But I think these women need, and all I can say to them, and because I'm not a woman and I don't know how you feel, I can only imagine it's horrible. Y'all need to get together. Y'all need to fight. And I mean fight. And I mean unite. I don't, whatever your differences
you're mad. You're voting for Trump, right?
I am voting for Trump. And the reason I'm voting for Trump, I'll make you explain. I'm disabled.
Okay.
I'm a single dad with 2 kids. I'm disabled. And under Obama and Biden, I haven't been, I don't know why, I can't explain it. But I made ends meet when Trump was in office. And I haven't been able to do that since. And I feel like I also have the right to live a normal life and be able to afford food on my table. Yeah. And I can't do that right now. I'm struggling. I'm going to food banks for food. You understand it?
What do you think?
$175,000 a year.
What do you think?
You know what?
What do you think Biden is? What do you think Biden has done to make your struggles? I mean, what has Biden done to make things so bad for people like you?
Well,
policies.
Like they said, you know, we were still on Trump's tax demand, right? Tax thing. But when I went to do my taxes last year, not this past year, the year before, when Biden was in office, when he went in office, Biden changed a few things. And one was the child tax credit. There was 2 of them. One of them was a pay-in. That means if you owed the federal government any tax money, that they would give you the child credit if you qualified, but they would take it against what you owe them. It was a pay-in, not a payout. And I look, and as for me as a disabled guy with 2 kids, I look for that payout, not the pay-in, because I don't owe them nothing. So I got nothing. You understand? Well, I lost $3,100 because it was a pay-in and not a payout. And that wasn't from Trump. Because when I researched it, kind of found out Biden had changed the tax credit and made it, still gave you the tax credit because he couldn't take that away, but he changed it to a pay-in, not a payout. So if you owed anything to them, they would take it off of that. And that hurt me because I'm a guy that's, you know, I get $1,488 a month to live off of, me and my 2 kids. So for me, Trump benefited me better. He may not benefit someone making $150,000 a year. When I made $175,000 a year, you know, I heard that I paid out taxes all the time. Now that I'm only getting $1,488 a month, I can't make ends meet. Not with the way our world's going right now.
Yeah, everybody's.
And I understand people don't give a shit because they live in gay communities with gun protecting them. They don't feel my pain. None of them do.
Well, obviously the women ain't gonna feel your pain because they're being put through their own level of pain anyway. Like in my case, my biggest concern is Trump promising to give police immunity from prosecution. So everybody got their own issue what they're voting for.
I don't think he can't give them full immunity anyway.
Well, yeah, but Beto O'Rourke, hang on. Beto O'Rourke can't take away people's guns. Obama couldn't turn the country into a socialist country, but we held them accountable because that's how we felt. Trump said on stage he plans on giving police immunity from prosecution. Came out of his mouth. Should we ignore it?
No, you don't have to ignore it, but he's going to violate a lot of rights. He can't do that.
I'm just look. If I had a nickel for everything that Trump, if I had a nickel for every time I said or heard somebody say Trump couldn't do something, I'd be wealthy. I mean, the guy had 91 charges. Everybody in their mama thought the guy was gonna go down for something. He's still out there. So I don't feel confident with a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court that he can't do it.
I don't. He's not going to be able to because of the Constitution. The Supreme Court goes. That's the land. Law of the land. Let me tell you something. Just like urban camping, You heard he was going to do that, ban urban camping. They've already started that in some states. And if you found the urban camping, they're going to throw you in all these little tent cities and make you do drug treatment or lock you in jail if you don't want to. That's a bunch of bullshit. It's not going to happen.
But think about what you're
saying.
But Robert, think about what you're saying. If I'm worried about giving police immunity from prosecution, the only thing I have to hope for is that the Constitution will stop him from doing something he has stated he clearly wants to do. That ain't good. That you want to do something, I'm hoping the Constitution stops you because you want to do it. That's not good. I don't
think he's talking about full immunity. I think he's talking about under circumstances.
I don't want to have to play a jigsaw puzzle. The guy said he's going to work with Democratic mayors and Democratic Republicans and Democratic mayors and Democratic governors in liberal cities to lower crime. He's going to give the police immunity from prosecution because he believes they need their power and respect back. That's a quote. I don't know what the hell it means. It don't sound good. What does the police need immunity for that they don't already have some immunity already for? What else can't they do that they need full immunity to give it to them? No matter how you slice it, it don't sound good.
I don't believe it's full immunity. I just don't believe it's going to be full immunity. They're not going to be able to come and shoot you and walk away from it, just shoot you out of nowhere just because they got full immunity. It's not going to be able to that.
But that's the problem. What does it mean? But that's the problem. What does it mean? We can say what it don't mean. What is he talking about? He didn't explain it.
Well, I think, I mean, from what I interpreted from it, my own interpretation.
You shouldn't need to do that.
Well, I mean, sometimes you have to. I mean, he was going to make Mexico pay for the wall, too, but did they pay for it?
I'd rather pick somebody that's a bit more clearer. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to have to interpret what he's saying.
I mean, you got to understand, too, if you went from Russian collusion to being racist to having illegal wiretapping, to have the Democrats use a dossier that was fake and a stripper and try to lock his ass up and all the shit he's gone through. Now none of that works. So what do they try to do? They try to unalive the man. Come on.
Wait. Do you have any evidence for some of this stuff you're saying? Like they tried to unalive. Who is they? Do you have evidence that somebody had a concerted plot to unalive Trump? Any evidence of that at all?
I got a brain in my head. I can see what's going on with this.
And they did that bad of a job. They went and found a 20-year-old that can't even shoot. That's the guy they used to try to do something like that.
I don't believe he was the only one.
Okay, well, I mean, you got to have more evidence. You're saying some wild things that need some evidence. If all of these things they're doing against Trump.
As long as the Secret Service has been the Secret Service, right? Have they ever made a mistake where they let a 20-year-old retarded, dumb boy, nerdy kid get 135 yards away from with a direct shot on an ex-president? Come on.
I understand what you're saying. We had the notion that the
that
Secret...
makes sense to you?
No, I get what you're saying.
We carried a ladder.
We've always had the belief that the Secret Service is this perfect elite organization, but every organization has slip-ups. I mean, you wouldn't have thought you could fly a balloon over America, the entire country, like China did. That happened. I mean, sometimes...
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought we'd have lost 7 embassies, too. But that happened.
Right. So, I don't buy into the notion that some Democratic organization got behind and tried to have Trump taken out. Because remember, Trump also stated when he was president that Barack Obama wiretapped his office. Never provided any proof, never tried to have Obama rather.
He used a dossier.
Hold on. Trump stated that Obama wiretapped his office. He's president when this is happening. Why don't you bring Obama up on charges? Why don't you have him investigate? Didn't do anything. Why don't you show us some proof of how he wiretapped your office? He just threw that out there and did zero follow-up to it.
But they used the dossier to get the wiretapping warrants.
But I'm asking, why wasn't Obama brought up on charges? If you're going to say he did this, why didn't you follow up?
Well, the same reason Biden wasn't wasn't brought up on charges for having secret documents as vice president. He wasn't even supposed to take that paperwork. He had no authority at all, but yet he's too old.
No, I'm asking you, why didn't Trump, while he was president, bring Obama up on charges? What is your answer to that again?
It's a two-tier system. It don't happen like that. Trump was too damn busy being attacked in every direction.
Why did he show proof of it?
What do you mean they did show proof that the dossier was fake and wasn't real? That they used it to get the wiretapping.
He didn't he didn't show proof that Obama wiretapped it, that it was Obama behind it. He didn't show proof of that.
No, they didn't say Obama was
No,
behind
Trump
it.
did. Trump said Obama wiretapped my office.
Of course he's going to make the statement of who was behind it.
Where's the evidence?
But the people that actually did it was the FBI, the CIA's behind it. Secret Service has always been in assassinations. They've always been in assassinations. Kennedy, all of them. You don't think the man shot Kennedy? Come on, y'all. Y'all need to read William Cooper, Behold a Pale Horse. That's one of the highest naval intelligence officers in the United States. He had all the paperwork.
Well,
he's got it all.
I'm fine with having paperwork, but what I want is
Service.
Trump
took out Kennedy.
Trump says a bunch
They
of
were going to take out Trump.
Trump says a bunch of things. I need evidence of this stuff, though. You know, Biden is He's saying that Biden weaponized the DOJ, for instance. Where's the evidence of this?
What?
Evidence.
That he weaponed it. Oh,
Yeah.
well, how about the meetings, Fanny? Why did Fanny go to the and her boyfriend go to the White House to speak to the lawyers?
That ain't evidence, Robert. That's not evidence.
Why did John Smith take a reduction in pay and leave the DOJ to go try Trump? And why? Does that make sense to you?
That don't mean it's evidence, though.
Come on, man. You don't have to be a brain surgeon to figure that out.
You can't.
What's going on here?
You can't go into court with something that's suspicious and say it's definitive evidence. Yeah, it don't look right. Maybe this. That don't mean it's evidence, though.
Well, when it's over and over and over again, it's not one slight incident. It's not a coincidence. All these things. The reason, and that's why they're sitting the way they're sitting right now. Because see, all darkness comes to light, my friend. And it ain't over with yet.
All right.
There's more to come. Hey, let me tell y'all something. Y'all really don't. Y'all sit here and discuss borders and all that. That's a great thing. But y'all just wait to see what's getting ready to come. Okay? Y'all think it's funny now? You wait till them immigrants don't get no more money from the government. Because right now, they're just using them people. That's all. And let me tell you something. When they stop giving them money, guess what? Handsome, they're coming knocking at your door.
Oh, no.
They're going to knock at all these little bootlicking white ladies who have white guilt, so they jump on a bandwagon. They're coming to your door. They're going to take y'all shit.
How do you respond to folks who might suggest what you're saying is fear-mongering?
I don't care. It's the truth. That's what they're here to do. They're going to take. They're already arguing and fighting and robbing people now that the government's starting to slow down with that money. That money's going to eventually stop. And when it does, you're going to have 60 million pissed off immigrants. And
60 million? 60?
By the time it's all said and done, I mean, they're coming over, 10 million a fuck every 3 months? Good golly, look at the number that's coming in here.
10 million every 3 months.
Look, I live in a place where there's a trailer park next to my condos, right? And when I first moved here, Ansel, 80% of that trailer park was either white or African American. Do you know you can't even go in you can't even rent a trailer in that trailer park unless you're Mexican. That trailer park is 90% illegal immigrants are in that trailer park now. The trailer park has gave that trailer park to the government, to use as housing. Right. And they're making a mint off the government.
I don't doubt that some of that's happening.
I've never seen
Real quick.
never seen. I mean, I always see them at work and on the jobs and stuff, but I haven't seen as many as I have in the past year and a half that don't speak not a bit. None of them speak. I live right here next to the trailer park. I see them at the 7-Eleven every day.
Wow.
And they come in droves. I mean, they come in vanfuls. And you didn't see it. You see the immigrants. That's cool. You see them come over.
I ain't seen 10 million of them in 3 months. I got to move it on, though, Robert. I do got to move it on. Pleasure talking to you. You're always welcome back, man. The doors are always open to you.
Too, man.
Good talk.
What you doing up this late anyway?
That's a good ass question. I didn't take my ass to bed, but I'll be doing that soon.
I said, you're not up this late. I was like, what is going on with him?
Yeah. I just happened to get on here to talk to the folks. Thanks for coming through, though, by the way. Thank you, man.
Hey, man, you take care of yourself. Stay blessed, my friend.
Same. And we don't have to agree politically. That's how the program works, folks. We don't block, ban, or censor. We should have been around 200,000 by now. We've been on here long enough. You guys could have been tapping the screen. A lot of lazy thumbs on TikTok. Same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. Get the likes up to about 350. We can make that happen on YouTube. I appreciate you folks rolling with your boy this late night live. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. That's how we do it. Program is MAGA friendly. Always has been. Always will be. Liberals are welcome on the program as well. Now I wanted to address a super chat. Pennsylvania Tucky Tate says it was proven that the Obama administration was spying on the Trump's presidential campaign. Wiretapped his office is what Trump said. Now I don't deny that spying takes place. What do they call it? I forget what they call it. But all presidential candidates do that. I forget what they call it, some type of data collection, but that happens, collecting data on your opponents or whatever. But wiretapping somebody's office is different than just mere spying. You can spy on people legally. TMZ does it all the damn time. You can private investigators spy on people legally all the time. It's a big difference between spying and wiretapping the office of a sitting president. So that's when I want to point that out. Looking in the comments, opposition research is what it's called. Thank you for that. That hint there, 863. Yeah, it's called opposition research. That's spying on your opponent. That happens in every political election. Opposition research. Maybe like in Trump's case, when he was running against Hillary Clinton, he flew out all of Bill Clinton's accusers. All of the women had accused Bill Clinton of sexual assault. He went and found them and flew them to the Democratic National Convention and sat them in the front row. That's how. I mean, it's not the way it's normally done, but that is opposition research. Like folks are pointing out, Kamala Harris had somebody kept in jail that didn't deserve to be, or some of you folks saying 1,000 of her cases were overturned. That comes from opposition research rather. That's spying on her. Go look up all her old cases, and that's opposition research. That's legal. You can do that. Wiretapping somebody's office that's not legal. So you can spy legally. That ain't legal to do that. Trump hasn't produced any proof of that though. Looking in the comments, why are people questioning a trailer park? What did that say? Why are people questioning a trailer park, condos, and a gas station all next to each other? It's really not a wild concept. I grew up in Tennessee, and that's how it is there. Not 7-Eleven, not other gas stations. Yeah, I don't know what else to say for that. He said 10 million. 10 million illegals are coming here in the span of 3 months. That is insane. There's only 350 million or so people in the country. Period. 10 million coming in 3 months? You realize how big a group of 10 million people is? I mean, what is that? 10 million in that's over 3 million a month. Wow. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's nowhere near that level. It's not even remotely close to that. That's an insane number. But people believe that. People do believe that. They're trying to get rid of us. Yikes. And that's replacement theory in full swing. We're sorry you don't know what a woman is, Michael. Perhaps you should see a medical professional. Yeah, like I said, the transgender community, the hatred towards that community is terrible. Terrible. I would not want to be trans in this current environment. Nevertheless, I do appreciate the nearly 200,000 on TikTok. What, almost 800. We should have got there, but I do appreciate you folks that did tap the screen and show your boys some love. They not like us, says Big Wiz. No, transgender is not like you. I get it, but the hatred is off the chain. If those border agents can hold off 10 million people, they need to be assigned to protecting the Capitol. Yeah, that's crazy. 10 million people in the span of 3 months. Wow. I don't even know, because they're coming across the southern border. Are we saying that, either Mexico is losing a huge amount of its population, or they're allowing millions upon millions of people to walk through their country. That's a lot of people. I don't know what the population of Mexico is, but if you got 10 million people walking through to get to the U.S. border, that's a lot of people. That's a very large number of people. Wasted time hoping you could prove me wrong, says MM. I don't know what the topic was. I would have tried. The blacks should be shuddering over the illegal immigrants coming into this country. The first thing that will happen is blacks will be losing their jobs soon. We know where that's going, black jobs. Why are we assuming that immigrants come in this country and they're taking jobs and it's only going to affect black people? I don't know anybody that picks oranges. I don't know anybody that does work in hotels, maybe some construction jobs, but there's plenty of white stuff. Why do we assume that they're going to take jobs that's going to affect blacks? The jobs they take could affect everybody. It ain't just black people. I don't know why folks keep going to that. And if so, maybe black people need to get their hands on some better jobs. That doesn't bid well for African Americans. It's essentially saying that African Americans only work in these lowly jobs that immigrants are readily do. It's insulting. I'm just going to say that. A lot of African Americans find that comment right alongside black jobs. A lot of Americans find that to be insulting. I work for CTA. Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of blacks working at the post office in northern parts of this country. Philadelphia, Detroit, Chicago, New York, Boston. Brothers make good money. Now, down south, maybe they're taking up some black jobs or taking up some jobs with menial jobs. But in the northern part of this country, African Americans make good money. Union jobs. They work for auto plants, park district. They work for the transit authority. They work for the post office. Some are working in civil servant jobs like the police and fire. Brothers making good money up north. Now, Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi, maybe not so much. But if you live in the northern, these liberal cities that are overrun with crime you guys keep talking about, brothers making a good living up there. They're making a good living up there. They're not worried about no people taking black jobs. They got decent jobs up there. They're not worried about that. Looking at the pimping is pimping is strong in the South, says Debo. All right. And by the way, I will point that out because everybody talks about, well, we need to get the border under control because they are trafficking in children, fentanyl, and what is the other one? Child trafficking, fentanyl, and there's a third one. Well, taking jobs. Those are the three issues that folks say we need to get the border under control because those things are a threat to the U.S. Fact is, the only reason immigrants come here is because there's a huge demand for what they peddle, whether it's taking jobs. How many Americans want to hire them because they can pay them less? They're not coming here and kicking people off their black jobs. The employers are kicking the black people out and hiring them because they'll work for cheaper, and a lot of them are willing to work without a break, lunch, or any damn thing. There's a demand for them, which is why they're coming. Same thing with fentanyl. How many people do you hear stating that they were pinned down and somebody forced fentanyl into their system? There's a huge demand for drugs. There's always been a huge demand for drugs in this country, even during the war on drugs. Nobody had trouble getting high. Trump talks about how secure the border was when he was president. Was there a drought on narcotics in this country? Who had trouble getting high? Even under his secure border, plenty of shit was coming in this country. Because at the end of the day, most drugs are smuggled into this country at a legal port. They don't run across the damn desert with a backpack on their back. They come in through a legal port of entry. You know that big door? Trump says he's going to build a wall and he's going to put a big door in there. That's where they come in. When they come in legally, they got drugs in their tires, drugs in the engine, drugs all in the dash. And it's generally Americans that are doing that. It's Americans working with the cartel to make some extra money, smuggling drugs in their cars or in their persons or whatever the case may be. So whether it's taking jobs, Americans want those folks, so there's a demand for them to come here illegally because somebody's going to hire them. Same thing with drugs. There's a huge demand in America to consume narcotics. So when they come here with their drugs, it's because people want them. And child trafficking is the same way. They're not bringing over people who are being trafficked and forcing Americans to engage in sex acts with them. Americans want them here. Everything that they're bringing into this country that we complain about, they're only doing it because there's a huge demand by Americans for it. Until you get rid of that demand, the supply is not going to go away. And I would, as I pointed out, with drugs being smuggled in here by Americans, a large portion of why they're so successful in bringing in what they bring in is because a lot of Americans are working with them. I don't think Trump or anybody can stop that. There's too many Americans making too much money off of those three things. Cheap labor, fentanyl and other hard drugs, and child trafficking. Too many Americans are co-conspirators in all of that stuff that at the end of the day, building a wall alone ain't gonna stop it. How many border agents, how many ICE agents do you believe are taking pay, that are on the payroll? You think that them people can't be bought off? You think the cartel don't own Border Patrol and ICE agents? You don't think they got any of them on the payroll? You're never going to stop this shit. It's too much money to be made in it. But good luck. Maybe Trump could limit it a little bit. I'm not going to argue with that. I do believe Trump would be more effective at the border than Biden, but you're not going to limit stuff that people are making billions of dollars off of. I just don't see it. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate you tuning in this late on this evening live. We will be back on tomorrow. As always, feel free to smash that like button. Same on YouTube and TikTok. Civilized dialogue from both sides of the aisle. That's how we do it. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Follow the program on TikTok and subscription on YouTube, if you will. Catch you tomorrow. And for my YouTube audience, New York City is encouraging illegals by paying $1,300 stipend to each illegal every month. Well, I don't disagree with. I don't like that happening, but what are you gonna do? You're literally giving the Democrats the Hispanic vote for probably the next 50 damn years because the right is treating them like shit so much. Are you suggesting locking up drug addicts? No, I'm not suggesting locking up drug addicts. I'm suggesting treating drug addicts. Criminalizing drug addicts is the whole failure of the war on drugs. When a person wants to get high, threatening them with prison is not going to stop it. I mean, it's literally an illness. That is not going to stop it. Catch you guys tomorrow.